Tanisha ma'am, shall we start now?
Yes, sir. So should we proceed?
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, Tanisha ma'am, please go ahead.
Yes.
All
Thank
the
you so
best.
much, sir. Struggle today for a better tomorrow. Hard work pays you, should always know. No matter how tough may seem the climb, keep moving, keep fighting, one win at a time. Perseverance and patience go a long way because for the sunrise, even the longest nights make way. A very good morning to everyone present over here. I, Professor Tanisha Dalal, on behalf of St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies Indore and Research Foundation of India, welcome you all to the International Virtual Conference on Intellectual Property Rights and Contemporary Issues in Innovation, Ecosystem, Environment and Sustainable Development. And I feel pleased to take this opportunity to congratulate the St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies Indore and the Research Foundation of India for the successful organization of this dynamic and thought-provoking conference. Congratulations. This FTP, organized by the St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies Indore in association with Research Foundation of India, World Conference Forum, and is sponsored by ARCA, Edu Academy, World Federation of Science and Technology, WFST, California. Before we proceed, let's begin with a brief introduction about St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies Indore. The Catholic of Indore has had a meritorious history for decades in imparting quality education at schools level. Over the years, there had been requests from various quarters that the diocese should extend its services in the field of higher education as well. The long-cherished dream has now materialized in the form of St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies Indore since July 26, 2010. SPIPS is a self-financed Christian minority institute approved as such by the Government of India. It is owned and managed by the Catholic Diocese of Indore. It is approved by the Department of Higher Education MP and is affiliated to Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya Indore. It is a day college where admissions are open to both boys and girls. The medium of instruction here is English. Presently, it offers undergraduate and postgraduate courses. Along with academic excellence, SPIPS wishes to uphold and impart moral and spiritual values to its students. The integral development of personality of the students is the prime objective of the institute, which it hopes to achieve through effective teaching and various co-curricular as well as extracurricular activities. SPIPS aims at promoting national integration by bringing together students belonging to different linguistic, religious, and ethnic backgrounds. SPIPS attaches great value to nurturing the potentialities of its students and to enhancing their employability. This conference has been organized in association with the Research Foundation of India. The Research Foundation of India is a registered organization and J. under the Government of India Society Act 1973 by the recommendation of all members of Higher Education and Research Foundation. RFI is strictly working for the social upliftment and the higher education quality and Indian research promotions in the form of events like international and national conferences, seminars, workshops, symposiums, and other activities. Our mission: the Research Foundation of India for Higher Education, a research society, strives to advance the knowledge about education, higher education to encourage scholarly inquiry related to education and to promote the use of research to improve the education and service the public good. Vision: RFI works for the integration of intellectual ideas across the globe to fulfill the thirst of innovation about humanity. About us: Research Foundation of India is concerned with improving the educational process by encouraging scholarly inquiry related to educational and evaluation and by promoting the dissemination and practical application of research results. Research Foundation of India is working for the research and development for higher education. This foundation was well known by the Foundation for Research. RFI members are faculty, researchers, graduates, students, and other distinguished professionals with rich and diverse expertise in educational research. They work in a range of settings from universities and other academic institutions to research institutes and agencies, school systems, testing companies, and non-profit organizations. RFI is international in scope. Nearly 1% of the members, representing over 15 countries, reside outside India. Over 74% of RFI members report that education is their primary discipline. Other disciplines represented by RFI members include engineering, medical, dental, psychology, statistics, sociology, history, economics, philosophy, anthropology, and political science. Officers for all boards of RFI: Chairman and CEO Dr. Saurabh Jain, Chief Managing Director Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, President RFI Dr. Reshu Jain, North Board India President Shri Amit Chand, New Delhi, North South Board President Dr. Priyadarshini Agnihotri, Central India Board President Professor Ajay Jain, North Board India President Dr. Devdatta Indoria, West Board India President Professor Abhinesh Karosia, National Convener Dr. Rajat Sharma, officers for MP State for every events of CID and MP, MP State President Dr. Manish Dubey, MP State Convener Dr. Sanjay Prasad, MP Secretary Dr. Parul Sharda, Vice President CIB Dr. Sangeeta Bharuka, Joint Secretary CIB Dr. Subrato De, Joint Secretary Indore Zone Ms. Ranjana Rajak, President World Virtual Forum Dr. Prakashini Tiwari, MP State Vice President Research and Innovation Link Dr. Deepti Ambe Prasad, President Indore Zone Dr. Kuldeep Agnihotri, President Bhopal Zone Dr. Piyush Soni, Bhopal Vice President Dr. Siddharth Saini, CEO Chapter Head Bhopal Dr. Deepti Maheshwari, Vice President World Virtual Conference Forum Dr. Priyanka Chawla, Dr. Sangeeta Juhari, Chapter Head RNI Bhopal, Vice President Research and Innovation Indore City Professor Nikita Sharma, Vice President Student Wing Indore Zone Dr. Namrata Kapoor, Convener Indore Zone Dr. Gaurav Malhotra, Co-Chapter Head Indore Zone Dr. Manisha Pandey, Dr. Priyanka Dubey, Chapter Head Khandwa City, Madhya Pradesh, Central India Board Office in Charge Ms. Priyanshi Dubey, Coordinator Dr. Sarita Rana, Professor of SPITS and President Noida, and coordinating officers for all events for all boards, all chapters, all offices, Madhya Pradesh RFI, Technical Head and Program Assistant, Mr. Yogaraj Panchal. Once again, I welcome you all to this international virtual conference. We pray for a heart free of sadness, a mind free of worries, a life full of gladness, a body free of illness, a day full of God's blessings. So, to begin this day on a pious note, I invite Professor Ashay Joshi for a prayer. Sir, please.
Tanisha ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Fine. So I request all the respected participants to just close your eyes, join your hands, and let these words reverberate not in your ears but also in your soul. O loving God, we come to you this hour asking for your blessings and help as we are gathered together for this virtual conference. We know that we gather together. You always have a divine agenda. We love you for that, O God. Our prayer today is that your will be done through this event and through all of us. Take that we have prepared and multiply our efforts as only you can. May all glory go up to you when we reach the finish line and climb our benchmarks. God, as we gather together, we praise you for this day and your purpose for it. Reset our agendas as we sit in your presence. For you assure us that where two or more gather in your name, you are there. Come fully in our situation, both as a group and individually, and sort out the muddled feelings and distorted thoughts that plague us. Cover us with a blanket of honesty and patience that is not of this world. We know that we do not fight alone, for you are constantly at work on behalf of your children, shielding, protecting, strengthening, exposing deeds of darkness, bringing to light what needs to be known, covering us from the cruel attacks we face even when we are unaware. Bless this virtual conference and all the participants. Bless us today so that all the ideas we exchange, knowledge that we share, and facts that we present go a long way in enlightening ourselves and in ameliorating the present situation of our city, state, nation, and above all, the entire world. So, dear God, we place ourselves in your loving and caring hands. Amen.
Thank you so much, sir, for your pious prayer. Today, we have among us a woman so strong that she is gentle, so educated that she is humble, so fierce that she is compassionate, so passionate that she is rational, and so disciplined that she can be free. So, I take this opportunity to invite the gentle, humble, compassionate, and rational Dr. Sister Alice Thomas from St. Paul's Institute of Professional Studies. She is the principal of this college, and I invite Sister for the welcome address. Sister, please.
Thank you, Danisha. A heartfelt morning to our esteemed chairman, Most Reverend Dr. Chako Thotumarikal, Bishop, Catholic Diocese of Indore, distinguished members of Research Foundation of India, illustrious resource persons, Honorable Director, Reverend Father Simon Dach, and faculty members of Central Institute of Professional Studies and their participants present in this virtual conference. In the Bible, St. Paul said, and God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things, at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work. With this promise of God, I implore the blessings of the Almighty on this conference. With the belief that research is an important aspect of education sector, we have collaborated with Research Foundation of India, and it is indeed a matter of pride for our college that we are organizing the virtual conference since 2 consecutive years. Today, joyfully outflows my heart as I witness renowned personalities present with us. Very delightfully, on behalf of St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies, Indore, I welcome the dignitaries gracing the international conference. With gratification, I respectfully welcome the chief guest, Most Reverend Dr. Chako Thotumarikal, Bishop, Catholic Diocese of Indore. His presence is really a great source of encouragement for us. Jovially, I welcome the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Pavan Kumar Jain, Vice Chancellor, Ekavia University, Damo, and Professor Dr. S.K. Somani, ex-Vice Chancellor, Medicaps University, Indore. Your benevolent presence is highly motivating. I accord a loving welcome to the special guest, Chinna Promise Chinnave from Ignatius Ajura University of Education, Nigeria, and Dr. Meera Asmi, Management Consultant and State President, Kerala RFI. Your gracious part taking is immensely appreciable. Very humbly, I welcome our director and chief patron, Reverend Father Simon Judge, and acknowledge his contribution for being the pioneer in granting all essential support for organizing this conference. A cheerful welcome to the ever committed and highly dedicated officials of Research Foundation of India, Dr. Saurabh Kumar Jain, Chairman, Dr. Ashok Gupta, Vice President, and Professor Ajay Jain, President, Central Board. I also would like to appreciate the efforts of Dr. Sarida Rana, our faculty member, who is Secretary MP and Chapter Head, Noida RFI, and Dr. J.V. Vyas, Convener of Research and Journal Committee of our college, for making the conference possible. With immense appreciation and joyous gesture, I welcome the eminent guest speakers and session chair. A heartfelt welcome to member participants from other colleges, faculty members, and students of SPIPS, and everyone present here. May the Lord bless you and keep you safe. Welcoming you all once again from the bottom of my heart, I conclude. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sister, for your industrious and steadfast words. The greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest things. He is the one that gets people to do the greatest things. This and not much else is the essence of leadership. Dr. Saurabh Kumar Jain, Chairman and CEO of RFI, is the possessor of such an quality. He strives to bring out the best in people. So now I invite the gregarious and sociable Dr. Saurabh Kumar Jain to deliver the presidential address. Sir, please.
Sound is not
Saurabh
coming.
sir, you are not audible.
Yes, sorry from our side.
Yes,
As
yes,
we
sir.
know
Thank
very
you.
well, we are going to be organize an international conference on intellectual property right (IPR) with St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies Indore. That is the another new conference organized by SIPS. So first of all, I would like to congratulate and thanks to organizer, and a special thanks to chief guest and Father Dr. Choco, SVD, Bishop, Indore and Chairman, St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies, Indore. Sister Alice Thomas, Madam. Principal, St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies, Indore. And or associated body, Academic Research Guide Association, Edu Academic Incorporation, Accent Technology and media partner Ghamashan, and news media partner Young Youth. So special thanks to Edu Academia to provide that platform by a World Virtual Conference Forum to organize such a nice intensive conference. As we know very well, this intensive conference organized by SIPS. So definitely number of participants is presenter is good on this platform. Near about 60 plus people we have received for this intensive conference from all over the world. Now I would like to thanks Professor Dr. Sukumar Gupta, Chief Managing Director, Research Foundation of India, Principal Dr. Sister Alice Thomas, Principal St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies, Indore, Dr. Choco SVD, Chairman, St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies, Indore, Father Simon Raj, Director, St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies, Indore, Dr. Meghna Rekwar, Dr. Chinna Promish Chinwe from Nigeria, ex-Vice Chancellor, Medicaps University, Dr. Somaniji, Professor Dr. Pawan Kumar Jain, Vice Chancellor, Eklab University, Indore, Chapter and President of Research Foundation of India, Professor Ajay Jain, Central India Board President, Professor Priyadashini Agnihotri, North India Board President, Dr. Devadatta Indoria, President West India, Professor Avinash Karosia, East India Board President, Professor Dr. Sukumar Gupta, Chief Managing Director of Research Foundation of India, and all guests and speakers for this intensive conference. We will have a good look for souvenir and book chapter for this intensive conference soon. So thank you very much to organizing such a wonderful intensive conference, and special thanks to all the participants to make that conference success. So thank you very much. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Dalal.
Thank you so much, Saurabh sir, for the courteous and chivalrous words. Now, I invite all the people present in this meeting for a group photograph, and I request Dr. Ravi Vyas to please take the photograph.
Yes, I request everyone to please open their videos so that I can take the photograph. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are blessed to have amongst us the Most Reverend Dr. Chako Thotumarikan, SVD, Bishop, Catholic Diocese of Indore, and Chairman of SPITS, Indore. The Most Reverend Dr. Chako was born on 7 January 1949 in Kerala, and the first child of Mr. Joseph and Mrs. Ellie Kutty, a God-fearing and devoted couple. Dr. Chako first came to Indore in July 1966 with a pious vision of becoming a missionary priest and serving God and humanity. After obtaining his BSc degree from PMB Gujarati College, Indore, as a young scholastic, he proceeded to do his philosophy and theology. Later, Bishop Chako enrolled himself for a course in mass communication research in the University of Leicester, United Kingdom, and he secured a master's degree. He then did his diploma in printing and publishing studies from the London College of Printing. He was ordained as a priest on 11th May 1979, and with this, he began his journey of proclaiming the word of God in the service of mankind. During his tenure of about 40 years as a priest, Bishop Chako has the distinction of having served as an educator for 2 years at St. Stephen's High School, Dohad, Gujarat, from 1974 to 1976, as the manager of Satprachar Press Indore from 1989 to 1996, as the provisional supervisor of the SVT Indore for 2 terms from 1996 to 2002. He then became the bishop of the newly established Catholic Diocese of Chabua in 2002. Thereafter, he became the bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Indore in 2008. Since 2011, Bishop Chako has been given the added responsibility of being the chairman in the Office of Social Communication of the Federation of Asian Bishops' Conference (FABC). As as the bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Indore, he is the honorable chairman of St. Paul's Institute of Professional Studies, Indore. Bishop Chako is a very spiritual person who has dedicated his life to serve the poor and the less privileged. He strongly believes that caring is for the most beautiful creation of God, that is the human person, is the best way to worship and serve the Almighty. We are indeed honored to have such an extraordinary personality with us. May I take this privilege to invite him to bless the gathering with his words of wisdom. Bishop Swamiji, please.
Thank you, Tanisha. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you intellectuals, my brothers and sisters. You are all owners of intellectual property because you are all intelligent. Today, this topic is very timely because the topic is in intellectual property rights and contemporary issues in innovation, ecosystem, environmental and sustainable development. And today is the World Environmental Day. So it is very fitting that we organize this seminar online in spite of the great pandemic all over the world. We are able to come together. And when we speak about property rights, it is very much understandable. If you have 1,000 rupees in your pocket, that is your property. That is very simple. But when we speak about intellectual property and its ownership, it is a little more complicated. And a seminar of this type, I am sure, will help us to understand the very many ramifications of this great important topic today. According to the Bible, God gave 10 commandments to human race. One of that was, you shall not steal. And all civilized societies honor this great right which all have to own property. And when it is physical property, it is very simple. When it is intellectual property, whether it is something which you write or something which you have found out as a result of your research, whether it is in science, technology, or in literature, this is a very relevant topic and very important topic. And as I said, you are all intellectuals from the academic field, and you all own property in that sense, intellectual property. And you expect it to be respected by others. If you have written a very important research article and you found it to be copied by somebody else and put their name under that article, you feel very bad. This is as simple as that. Anything which is your property and you have a right to that. And if somebody has to use that, though knowledge is universal and it is for all, if somebody has to use it, they have to acknowledge, yes, this is written by so-and-so, or this is discovered by so-and-so. So this is the background of intellectual property right. And today we are also very much concerned about the spread of corona. And scientists have discovered vaccines, and it is their property right. And in India also we have Covaxin discovered by our scientists. But there are other scientists who have done similar things in Russia, in China, in the United States. We have this long dialogue between the United States to get their vaccine to us, because what we have is not sufficient for us. So they have the Moderna and they have Pfizer. But after long discussions, at last there is some breakthrough. What is important to realize is that what is discovered by somebody, what is found by somebody, what is the result of intellectual search of other people, we need to respect, either by paying money or by paying respects to them. And I am sure today's conference will help us to understand a little bit more and to respect the property rights of others, and especially intellectual property rights. And on this World Environmental Day, I wish you all, my brothers and sisters, an enlightening day. And I'm sure eminent speakers will enlighten us more about the importance of this great relevant subject today. May God bless all of you and have a fruitful day.
Thank you so much, Bishop Swamiji. Your words had great meaning, and we will always remember them. Timber Hawkeye once said, "Let your light shine so that the others can see their way out of the dark." This quote is the perfect embodiment of the Honorable Director, Reverend Father Simon Raj, the Director of SPIPS Indore. He is a person who has spread light in the lives of the people associated with him, and he never ceases to motivate everyone. So now, I feel immense pleasure in inviting our Honorable Director, Reverend Father Simon Raj, for his address. Father, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, Father.
So thank you, Tanisha, for inviting me to address. First of all, good morning to all of you. And I'm very happy that such a beautiful topic we have taken to discuss. Now, Bishop has talked more about the intellectual property. And we are very happy that such a great eminent personalities we have. As a special guest, we have Most Reverend Dr. Chaku Totomarikal, Bishop of Indore. We have our principal, Dr. Sister Alice Thomas, Dr. Saurabh Kumar Jain, Chairman and CEO, Research Foundation of India. Dr. Ashok Gupta, CMD, Research Foundation of India. We have special guests, Chinna Promise Chinnave. We have two guests of honor, Professor Dr. S.K. Somani and Professor Dr. Pawan Kumar Jain. Special guest we have another, Ms. Meera Asmi. And session chair, we have Dr. Dipti Maheshwari, RFI representative, Professor Ajay Jain, and all the dignitaries and members of faculty and participants. I really welcome and very happy to discuss and get enriched on this subject. As today we know that we are celebrating World Environment Day. This day is celebrated to encourage awareness and environmental protection. And celebration of this day provides us with an opportunity to broaden our horizon, to be responsible in preserving and enhancing the environment. So it's very important that we should remember when we talk about the development, all that human beings are the central of concern for all kinds of development, all kinds of development. Nevertheless, we should keep in mind anything we may undertake in the name of development should not compromise richness of the ecosystem. Caring for ecosystem demands far-sightedness. Today we are suffering with the coronavirus mainly because we don't have the far-sightedness to protect our environment. As we discuss and reflect more on the intellectual capacity, intellectual property rights, and contemporary issues in innovation, ecosystem, environment, and sustainable development, we should always keep in mind that environmental protection cannot be assured on the basis of financial calculation of cost and benefits. That mistake we have done. The environment is one of all those goods that cannot be adequately safeguarded as promoted by the market forces. We need to reject a magical conception of the market. See, everybody has that magical conception of the market, which should suggest that problem can be solved simply by increase in the profit of the companies and individuals. See, we went on keeping mind the profit, and that is why we have lost many things in life. So is it realistic to hope that those who are obsessed with maximum profiting will stop to reflect on the economical damage which will have behind for the future generation? We must remember, where profit alone is count, there can be no thinking about rhythm of nature, its phases of decay and regeneration. Yes, I want to repeat that. Where only profit counts, if we keep on thinking about the profits, there will be no thinking about the rhythms of nature, its phases of decay and regeneration. I think coronavirus must teach us that we must think about the rhythms of nature, its phases of decay and regeneration. When we talk about the contemporary issues of innovation, what is the innovation? What's the ecosystem? What's the environmental and sustainable development? If we think of the profit, if we think of our self-individuals, we will not be able to achieve anything. So I'm very happy that on this special occasion of the World Environment Day, we are discussing such a wonderful topic, and many innovatives will come. I wish every participant a happy learning and hope that you will be harbinger of ethical research and will use intellectual property in a right manner. So all the best. God bless you. May we may protect the nature. All the best.
Thank you so much, Father, for your illuminating and encouraging words. Now, I take this opportunity to invite a person who is a leader and a visionary. He converts our mistakes into lessons, pressure into productivity, and skills into strength. He really knows how to bring out the best in people. He is the kind-hearted, erudite, and scholarly Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chief Managing Director of RFI. So now, I invite Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, sir, to address us. Sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, please. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, CMD RFI. Presently, I am in New Delhi. I feel honored to be invited to this international virtual conference on intellectual property rights and contemporary issues in innovation, ecosystem, environment, and sustainable development. This conference is organized by St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies in Indore, along with Research Foundation of India and JHER. This conference is in association with World Virtual Conference Forum and sponsored by World Federation of Science and Technology, International Research Guide Federation, Academic Research Guide Association, and EduAcad. As we all know that today is World Environment Day. It is being celebrated for restoring the ecosystem and raising awareness about this. On June 5 every year, the nature interests around the globe celebrate World Environment Day, encourage awareness and observe its protection. Since 1974, World Environment Day has been celebrated, engaging governments, business, and citizens in an effort to address pressing environment issues with participation from over 143 countries annually. As far as history is concerned, World Environment Day came into existence in 1972 by the United Nations Assembly on the first day of the Stockholm Conference held on the human environment, and later in 1974, the day started to be celebrated with the theme Only One Earth. The idea for rotating the center for these activities through selecting different host countries began in 1987. In 2013, the anthem was launched on the occasion of World Environment Day in New Delhi. Over the years, the day became a global platform for raising awareness and taking actions on urgent issues from marine pollution and global warming to sustainable consumption and wildlife crime. This year, the theme of World Environment Day is Reimagine, Recreate, and Restore. The global host of the day in 2021 to highlight the importance of ecosystem restoration is Pakistan. The theme means to prevent, halt, and reverse this damage, to go from exploiting nature to healing it. The World Environment Day will kick off the global mission to revive these billions of hectares. So all these about the World Environment Day. I would like to thank all the dignitaries along with the participants attending this international virtual conference. Thanking you once again. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for your stimulating and enterprising words. We will always remember them. Today is a very special day. We have amongst us four very special dignitaries. Mr. Chinna Promise Chinwe from Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Nigeria. Professor Dr. S.K. Somani, ex-Vice Chancellor, Medicat University, Indore. Professor Dr. Pawan Kumar Jain, Vice Chancellor and Chairman of Eklavya University, Damo. And Ms. Meera Asmi, Management Consultant, Chief Managing Director, Government of Kerala. So, to introduce them further, I invite the soft-spoken Professor Dr. Meghna Raikar. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Professor Tanisha Dalal, for inviting me. Once again, a warm and blessed good morning to one and all present here in this virtual international conference. I'm profusely overjoyed to welcome all the dignitaries, chief guests, and my dear fellow researchers. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to share one thing with you. Our special guest of today's international conference, Mr. Chinna Promise Chinwe, couldn't be able to join the Google Meet because of heavy rains in his place, but he's connected with us through Facebook, and soon he will be joining with us. Here from this virtual platform, sir, I welcome you, and I wish you very soon you join with us. And further, I'm very sorry to share that our guest of honor, Dr. S.K. Somani and Professor Dr. Pawan Kumar Jain, they also unable to join us in this virtual conference because of their some health issues. So I'm very sorry to say this, but these things we cannot control, or we cannot say anything. So let's moving further. The fragrance of flower perfumes the garden. Similarly, special guests in the program marvels the gathering. Today we are extremely honored to have with us Dr. Meera Asmi, President RFI Kerala State and Management Consultant, CMP Government of Kerala. Her profile has a variety of shades, colors, and it's a... Someone is speaking? Hello? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Today, we are extremely honored to have with us Dr. Meera Asmi, President RFI, Kerala State and Management Consultant, CMP Government of Kerala. Her profile has a variety of shades, colors, and variety, and it's a showcase of dedicated, hardworking, determined personality. She is President of WICCI and having 19 years of experience in management cadre, especially in HR and marketing. Along with that, she is managing editor, social media expert, solution architect, happiness cultivator, startups, academic and corporate trainer, author, eventer, and an excellent orator. She has experience of project management in India and overseas, having experience in coordinating activities for women empowerment and overall professional experience in community development. Ma'am, you have such a vibrant aura and magnitude. We dearly request you to please address the gathering. Ma'am, welcome to the session.
Thank you so much for your very kind introduction and very sweet words about me. Thank you so much for that. It's always been a very high pleasure to be here in this platform with the Foundation of India. Thank you for inviting me this time as well. Today is World Environment Day, and we are actually in a situation at the moment where this is.
Meera ma'am, we are not able to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Sorry for that. So
Okay,
thank you so much for your kind introduction and nice words about me, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's always been a pleasure to be here on this platform with Research Foundation of India. Thank you for having me this time as well. So today it's World Environmental Day, and this is a time when we are actually facing a great situation with respect to the planet as well, because now we are in the midst of the pandemic, and we are actually striving hard to come out from this pandemic situation. So here what we require is to understand the sustainable practices and consider the ideologies that is going to add up to the sustainable practices. It is not a one day affair. We have to have a very credible plan of action in order to ensure how we have to move further in order to maintain harmony and sustainability in the environment. So this is the right time because we're coming up with innovative practices. We're talking about intellectual property rights. So all these, why do we need all these? Because we are all gathered together with all these criteria in order to resort to sustainable practices. So the United Nations in 2015 they have come up with a Millennium Development Plan, which have to be undertaken by countries all around the world. And in India, we have formulated the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have actually formulated 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And being the southern part of India, being in the Kerala, state of Kerala, I'm actually happy to say that the state actually adopts in implementing the sustainable development practices. And so that is actually the need of the hour, because we have to stick on to the sustainable development goals in order to ensure that the planet is actually becoming a very healthy environment for people, irrespective of rich, poor, middle class, high class. Everybody has the right to live in a harmony with all the impact on with giving more stress on the quality of living, standard of living. So for that, the sustainable development goals are to be achieved by individual states as well. So in this environment day, what I would like to share is that it is high time. The pandemic has actually educated us one thing is that we have to look back to the nature. We have to see what all damages we have already done. We have to understand one thing that nobody is going to save the planet. We ourselves will have to do that. For that, we should have a planned set of action. So how do we go about it? So like consulting from the consulting point of view for the corporate, what we actually practice for as of now is like we are actually promoting sustainable business practices to the corporate. So sustainable business practices are ensured only through what we put forth as a green consulting. because no corporate can exist in the society by taking away all the resources from the environment. So what they are going to give it back to the society, to the environment, is actually very important. So what is required is that we require to have more of the sustainable business practices through green consulting. We need to make the environment go more greener, more cleaner, and the business should go much leaner. Leaner in the sense, cut off all the unwanted wastages of natural resources. Whatever resources is there at your at your disposal, we have to make optimum utilization of all the available resources, and then practice business activities in such a way that they are actually going to contribute something to the environment as a whole, not just to the society, not just to the human, not just to the people around the organization, but to the nature as such. So, like, we need to understand about the carbon emissions happening on a day-to-day basis. We all should understand how to calculate the eco calculator. How much carbon emission is coming from each part of the organization, or each part of, even from the household. How much is it coming to? So all these are actually adding up, and that is actually affecting the environment in such a way that whatever, like, we are actually talking about coming up with invading into other planets as well. But we need to understand one thing is that, like, we have to save our planet first before we invade into other planets. So for that, we need to understand that we have already made a lot of damage to the environment. So when we actually talk about all these things, there is something called the green fatigue which is coming in. What exactly is green fatigue? It is nothing but, like, we keep on saying about like, save environment, save the planet, go green, go karo, ye karo. We all give a lot of passion. We speak a lot, but when it comes to the doing part, we actually don't know what exactly to do. So this is actually, like, we are actually bombarded with a lot of information regarding, okay, save planet, go green, go karo, ye karo, and we don't know. We are actually stacked with a lot of information about saving the environment, but we actually don't know what to do about it. So it is high time, but being the research part, we have to actually join hands together, understand the need of the hour, how we can go greener, how we can bring about the sustainable practices in business, in our day-to-day living. Everything has to be controlled. Everything has to be, the resources has to be actively utilized. When we talk about the environmental day, we are actually, like, we have done major damage to the trees by cutting them off. We're using them more for, even like, paper. When we are actually talking about papers, we're actually cutting down a lot of trees in order to like, bring up papers. So now it is high time. What the pandemic has taught us is that, it is not possible to stay connected offline every time. You have your limitations. So this online platform, and, like, the digital media is going to be the next new normal. This is going to be the new normal. So it is high time that we have to enhance ourselves. We have to come up with better ideas, better innovative ideas, in order to stay connected and to bring about radical changes in the environment. So whatever best we can contribute to the environment, every single bit counts. We have to come out from this green factory. We have to start doing it from whatever is possible from our end. We have to take initiative. No one else is going to take it from us and do it for you. We ourselves, we have to come forward. We have to take it further, and then try to make the planet go better. So I think this environmental day, it should be like, we should actually take a pledge to save the environment, go green, come up with innovative practices, go more digital, to stay connected. So all these will actually add up to meeting the sustainable development goals as put forth by the country. It is very essential for every individual to sustain and survive in the coming years. So let's plan now, let's do something now in order to save the future generations. So this is my message for the day. Thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure being in the platform with Research Foundation of India. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Meera ma'am, for your words of wisdom you have shared. Ma'am, can I have a question? Like, can I ask?
Sure, please.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, how do you think that we are since years we are talking about the sustainable development, and we are talking about how to preserve environment and all these things, and in between this IPR is just we are seeing that in getting the IPR rights and patent rights, our country is far below from the other developed countries or developing countries. So how will you see that how we can do something in this manner to have like good IPRs, to get some good patents, to follow the environmental ethics as well, and to protect our environment as well? Thank you so much. This is my question.
Yeah, see, basically, we have rich resources. India is a country having rich resources, natural resources, including a variety of plants and herbs and everything. So we are actually have everything written by our what do we call, by the saints or by the people, long back. It has been documented, but these are actually maybe because of the British colonization, we lost a lot of these these important manuscripts, and people actually, we actually still have that manifestation in our mind that we have to go abroad to make our living. Actually, the richest resources in the world is being seen mostly here in India. So it is high time that we wake up. We understand our tradition. We understand what are there in store for us in our home country. Make use of that. See, actually, I'm actually representing an NGO called Vigo Forest Foundation. We're actually creating forests, like reforestation activities and urban forestation activities. So what we do is that, with a minimum space of say for example, one kind of land, what we actually do is that we are actually creating a forest, a dense forest. We are not practicing the Miyawaki principle as such, but we are actually creating a forest in such a way that it contains fruit bearing trees, it contains medicinal herbs, okay, medicinal herbs. We have something called this, Nakshatra Vanam. Nakshatra Vanam is something like it's a traditional thing because every zodiac sign is supposed to be attached to a particular tree that is going to give some kind of a positive energy towards us. These are something that has been manuscripted long back by our ancestors. So these are some kind of a revival measures that we can actually come up with that will actually help us, like getting these things patented in our name for our country. So this is like as I said, we have to take up the initiative. We have to come forward. We have to understand our manuscripts. We have to do a lot of homework, understand our resources, and make sure that we put it forward towards the world and we preserve our manuscripts and our resources. It is up to every individual. This is what I feel.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, Meera Asmi ma'am. Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes.
Meera Asmi ma'am, we are very fortunate to have you in this virtual international conference. I hope your precious inputs to save our planet will definitely help our research scholars and develop awareness among the youth. Thank you so much. And now I request Professor Tanisha to continue the. Hello, Professor Tanisha.
Thank you so much, Meghna ma'am, for your well-expressed introduction.
Thank you.
Is it okay if we proceed with the vote of thanks? Ravi sir? Sure, sir.
Sanjeev Gupta, yes, sir. Saurabh sir, Sanjeev Gupta sir is going to join. Within 2 minutes, he is going to.
Okay, sir.
So by that time, can we have from our Ashok sir, can we have more light upon environment and how we can go about, how we can see about the environmental protection in India? Ashok sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I invite you, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Perfectly
Okay.
audible.
Okay. We were talking about the environment day. The COVID effect on environment was also got some effect over it. So even though the lockdowns helped the environment to breathe better air quality for a while, but according to the Central Pollution Control Board, India has produced around 45,300 tons of biomedical waste between June 2020 and May 2021. An average daily generation of 132 tons of COVID-19 related waste. Although the environment was clear, but due to pandemic, the syringe and the mask and PPE kit, these type of COVID waste were produced in that period. So this is in addition to the 600 tons of biomedical waste a day being produced before COVID-19, amounting to a 17% increase in biomedical waste generation solely because of the pandemic. So pandemic has its own plus and minus points. Notwithstanding the unprecedented health and environmental crisis, the experts said there are ways to minimize the damage. To begin with, this theme that this year, as I have already mentioned, the theme of World Environment Day is reimagine, recreate, and restore. We have to reimagine what we can do. Say earlier we were not producing vaccine in our country. The problem of vaccine was that in earlier cases we have seen that India was not innovating or producing the vaccines for such type of diseases, and we have to import, and we have to wait for a long time, years together, to come vaccine over here in our country. But this time India invented vaccine, not only one but two vaccines they have invented, and they not only invented but they are producing in sufficient quantity, and we are reaching up to 21-22 crores of the population for vaccination. And also we have exported the vaccine to other countries as well. So this is the idea of reimagine, recreate. We have to recreate what has been already created, and there is some resource and innovations required. Then we have to restore whatever we have recreated. We must restore. So the global host of the day in 2020 to highlight the importance of ecosystem restoration is Pakistan. So Pakistan is needing more attention for ecosystem. According to the World Environment Day website, every 3 seconds, the world loses enough forest to cover a football pitch and cover the lost century. Humans have destroyed half of the wetlands. Each month, as 50% of coral reefs have already been lost, and up to 90% of coral reefs could be lost by 2050. Even if global warming is limited to an increase of 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this is very dangerous situation. The theme is to prevent, halt and reverse this damage, to go from exploiting nature to healing it. This World Environment Day will kick off the global mission to revive these billions of hectares. The theme focuses the healthy ecosystem can emphasize people's livelihood, counteract climate change, and stop the collapse of biodiversity. And as far as India is concerned, on World Environment Day, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is participating in World Environment Day event from 11 a.m. today via video conferencing, as we have heard in the news. So Modi ji will release report of the expert committee on roadmap for ethanol blending in India 2020 to 2025. That is a major issue. The commemorate the day the government is releasing E20. That is E20 notification directing oil companies to sell ethanol blended petrol with percentage of ethanol up to 20 from April 1st, 2023, and DI specification for higher ethanol blend, that is E12 and E15. According to a report of market research from unearthing side, the carbon emission by the Indian IT outsourcing industries has dropped by about 85% to around 0.3 million tons due to reduced traveling, work from home, and online hiring process during the COVID-19 lockdowns. So lockdown has its own positive effects also. In Uttarakhand, the state's forest department on the eve of World Environment Day released a list of 1576 plants species conserved, including the ones that are unique to the Himalayan region. Apart from the plant species that are unique or endemic to the Himalayan region, the list also includes those species declared threatened in the International Union for Conservation of Nature red list of threatened species. Apart from these, numerous members of parliament across parties have pledged to go vegan for the day by forging meat, dairy, and other animal derived food to raise awareness. In a study in the General Nature, it is found that greenhouse gas emissions from food systems would be reduced by half to the world turned to a mainly plant-based diet. Researchers at the University of Oxford also found that every person who goes vegan lowers their carbon footprint by up to 73%. and saved nearly 200 animals per year. So this is in nutshell that we are celebrating this World Environment Day. This is for restoring ecosystem and rising awareness about the this World Environment Day.
Thank
As
you.
we know, yes.
Yes, thank you so very much, Ashok sir. Like
Okay, sir. Thank
the
you.
information you have
Thanks a lot, Ashok
given.
sir, for
Yes.
nice sharing. Thank you. It
नहीं
was
नहीं
I,
अभी तो
I just want.
और जरूरत हो तो बता दीजिए.
No,
Yes,
yes,
sir.
sir,
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
I just
Now
wanted to
we
say
have
this.
Raj Tiwari, sir. Ravi, sir.
Rana
We
ma'am,
have Raj
Rana ma'am.
Tiwari, sir.
Rana ma'am,
Dear
just a minute,
participants.
just a minute, please. I wanted to thank the elaborative knowledge Ashok sir has given today. Like he has summed up the whole Environmental Day program. Na? It is celebrating worldwide. This is the biggest program which is celebrated world over. And today's theme, na, it is saving the ecosystem. Sir has rightly said upon that and how India is doing for saving our environment. Thank you, sir, Ashok sir, for the thing. Now over to you, Rana ma'am.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you, Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta ji, for a beautiful session by you. And also, I would like to say sorry to all the participants due to of non-availability of the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Bhavan Kumar Jain. Actually, he is admitted in a hospital, and Dr. Chinna from Nigeria, there are huge rain. So due to of that reason, he is not able to join by WhatsApp, Google Meet. So at present time, we having the guest of Dr. Sanjeev Gupta from New Delhi and Dr. Raj Tiwari from Manager Technology and Training at SpotCheck Global Private Limited. So welcome Dr. Raj Tiwari and Dr. Sanjeev Gupta ji, and over to you, Dr. Meghna Rekwar and Dr. Sarita Rana, please.
Thank you, Saurabh, sir. Thank you. You are generous enough to say sorry, but there is no need for that because we all know that there is technical issues and COVID is also going on. So we can't we can't predict the next moment too. So thank you, Saurabh, sir. Thanks for your generosity. You have provided us to more good motivator. Thank you very much. So welcome Raj Tiwari, sir. Engineer Sanjeev Gupta, sir, is also trying to join and very soon he will be with us. Till then, we can hear from our dearest Raj Tiwari, sir. So over to you, Meghna ma'am. Please introduce our next motivator speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, who has shared with us such a wonderful knowledge, and he has woven both the subjects in a very nice manner. And here, dear faculty members, in our academic and professional field, we have been definitely inspired by some magnificent personalities. Yes, friends, to be inspired is great, but to be an inspiration is an honor. Today we have amongst us a very thoughtful, venerable, and thoroughly intellectual person, Engineer Sanjeev Gupta, the guest of honor of today's virtual international conference. In this inaugural session, we welcome you, sir. He is professor and scientist in Siddh Science SHLS NCR Delhi. He is having variety of experience and mastery over varied dynamic fields and earned multifaceted achievements. He has been devotedly in automotive sector since 35 years and from 23 years in energy transformation. He represented internationally at Nepal, Brazil twice, London, Paris, Ghana, Zambia, and so on. The list will go on. He authored Glorious Nation on Energy Transformation. 5 years he was in digital business, EDP, white label solutions, shopping business. He is faculty in the Ministry of MSME, mentor of change in Niti Aayog, applied, certified the trainer, My World India, certified merchant marketer, Shubh Labh Trading. Sir, a big applause and warm welcome to our to this virtual conference. And now I will request you to address the gathering and to give your precious input to our research scholars. Sanjeev sir,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you
Before
very
that,
much,
Sanjeev
madam.
sir, I would like to give you a big thank because in very short notice you have just always ready to support us.
You,
Thank you.
you are
Thanks a lot for being a part of Research Foundation of India. Thank you very
you
much,
are
Sanjeev sir. So over to you.
you
Thank you very
you are you are always welcome. You are always welcome. You are always welcome. Yeah, I'm highly thankful to you, Dr. Saurabh sir, and Professor Ashok Kumar Gupta ji, and yourself, and now our Meghna madam. She is a very, very well-known face and name to me. Today, the matter is World Environment Day. World Environment Day. Everyone knows what is environment, what is the use of environment, how we are using the environment, and what kind of benefits we are getting and what we are supposed to do, but we never take care of environment. And at present, this corona is known to everyone, and up to some extent this is the outcome how we have not taken care of our environment, and that's why we people are suffering. Water pollution, air pollution, and mind pollution, everything we people are suffering due to the not taking care of environment. Especially at this point of age, I would like to say that we must see what best we can care for the environment. There are so many environmentalists or so many people are there, but first of all, like a very, very simple slogan Swachh Bharat given by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji. Now, I have been visiting to all over India so many times. I have personally experienced that that slogan has done miracles in India. Everyone is now taking care that there should be no dust, there should be no pollution. This Swachh Bharat is a very good project. Especially, we can take care with the plastic waste and that your electronic waste and disposal. We have to take care of disposal. One thing is plantation, etc. That is there. We understand we how much oxygen we people are consuming, how much oxygen is coming from where, and what we are supposed to do. Tree plantation is necessary. One thing is this activity we have to do, and another thing is the wastage with what we people are doing, that we should also avoid. Like our prime minister has told Swachh Bharat, I strongly recommend to follow Swachh Bharat project. And only this is my address on this occasion. And once again, thank you very much for inviting me for this occasion, giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Hello, are you able to
Hello.
listen me, Rana madam?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
please.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for joining us, sir. In a short notice,
Thank you.
you have joined us. Thank you very much from Swiss family and RFI family. Thank you, sir. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
You can call me anytime. Thank you. Please.
Once again,
So
a big
now
thank you.
we also have one, just a minute, Meghna ma'am. Now also we have one a great motivator speaker, Mr. Raj Tiwari sir. Thanks a lot, Raj Tiwari sir. The very short notice. You also accepted our invitation and you have ready to join us. Thank you very much for being a part of RFI. Thank you very much, Raj Tiwari sir. Thanks a lot. Meghna ma'am.
Hello. Yes. If you have good thought, they will shine out of your face like a sunbeam and you will always look lovely. So let's welcome our training at Spot Check Global Private Limited, having a versatile experience of over 17 years in academia and IT industry. He has also worked as head of the Department of Electronics and Communication at Gyan Ganga Institute of Technology and Sciences. He is a great motivator and has guided many entrepreneurs. He is soft skills and personality development expert and has taken several sessions in many reputed engineering colleges of Madhya Pradesh. He is also a certified career counselor and has provided counseling to more than 100 students, and he has published many research papers in various reputed journals, international and national, and his area of interest includes communication system, image processing, signal processing, and network analysis. He is lifetime member of prestigious Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication, Engineers and Computer Society of India. Sir, we welcome you in this virtual international conference, and we would love to listen your kind words.
Thank you so much, Meghna ma'am. I'm going to speak on the topic of intellectual property in the medical field, especially in the healthcare division. The current healthcare field is undergoing significant changes at the turn of the decade. Many of these are based on recent technological advancements and reflect an increasing trend towards personalized medicine. Genetic engineering, big data, and healthcare are the adjacent technologies, which are the cornerstones for the next decade. Given the amount of research directly affecting the healthcare sector, intellectual property law becomes a significant player on the scene. Patenting is a huge aspect of biotech and medical research. Increasing incentives for innovation and production and other IP areas are also crucial in the business model of the most healthcare related businesses. So basically, we'll be talking on the trademark and healthcare. The trademarks cover protected logos, business and product names, slogans, jingles, and other elements of a brand that makes it identifiable. In modern age, specifically in the advent of the internet, brand identifiability has become more important. E-commerce has led to vast array of choices, no longer limited to geographical proximity, and more choices led to more competition in terms of each product. This means that retaining sole ownership of a company name can be crucial. Companies in significantly different fields that cannot reasonably be confused can simultaneously exist under trademark law. In healthcare, trademarks apply in much the same way as they do in other sectors. Brands rely on the reputation of high quality service and experience to convince consumers to choose them over competitors. Now, let's go and talk about healthcare and copyrights. Trade secrets and copyrights are less prevalent in the healthcare industry due to their intrinsic functionality. Copyrights exist to protect original creative work, including art, music, literature, and this type of artistic intellectual property is not very common or important in the healthcare sector. Trade secrets are a bit more common than copyrights, although often tougher to enforce. A trade secret is a piece of confidential information, whether that can be manufacturing process, supplier list, or any other that benefits a business by remaining a secret. A common example of this is drug screening procedures, which can be made up of many different steps. Rather than patenting that procedure and remaining vulnerable to others adapting or changing parts of it to evade infringement, a trade secret may be more beneficial if good results are shown, but the process should not be revealed. Now let's talk about healthcare patents. Patents are vital to the healthcare industry and for foreseeing healthcare research. Without the patenting system, innovation would undoubtedly go slow significantly. Patents grant a temporary monopoly for an invention, letting the patent holder develop, produce, and sell the invention without competition for 20 years. Without patents, other companies could easily profit from the inventor's creation, significantly reducing their profits and eliminating the incentive to innovate. Patents can cover a final product, but are also very commonly used for processes and manufacturing techniques in the path of that final product. Design patents are other facet of intellectual property that applies to healthcare. Design patents protect the aesthetic and non-functional aspects of a product, like its texture or visual design. This can be important in hospitals and clinics since they are often placed of stress for patients and families. and friendly design elements can contribute in a small but significant ways to ease that stress. As healthcare becomes more personalized and permeates daily life at the turn of the decade, the healthcare adjacent invention and patenting is a growing market. Inventions like the Fitbit of the last decade have foreshadowed a growing move towards personalized healthcare. Busy lives and increasing smart integration of phones, kitchen scales, fridges, smartwatches, and the likes have led to increased personal health tracking using wearable and other devices. This market is new and ripe for patenting. Apps that uniquely relay information, data aggregation, and presentation, and smart home products themselves have all broken ground in the patenting world. In the end, I would like to conclude that intellectual property law plays a significant part in the healthcare industry. Although copyrights and trade secrets may be less applicable in most cases, trademarks and patents are important factors in a field that relies so much on research and invention. Uh, there's a fact that the global healthcare spending is expected to exceed $10 trillion by 2022, and it makes sense why inventors are keen to get into the market and protect their intellectual property. So in the end, I would like to thank Dr. Saurabh Jain for inviting me in this conference from the Research Foundation of India. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Dr. Rastewari. Thanks for giving a nice speech for IPR. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raj Tiwari, for your insightful speech on intellectual property rights. So now here I would like to request Professor Tanisha Dalal to continue the session.
Thank you so much, Meghna ma'am.
I would like Tanisha.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks a lot, Raj sir. Thank you very much. We have Kalippan K. Subramanyam, and she's a great motivator and expert in IPR. So I would like to call him that she will come and join her view on IPR. She's from Tamil Nadu and has done her degree in IPR. So I would like to request to please join us in this intellectual property rights.
Yeah, Doctor, actually, I want to discuss with you. Dr. S. Kumar Kaliyappan is from Tamil Nadu and he is an IPR expert. So, for this session, he trying to be convinced to us what is IPR and how can we get benefit from this. So, welcome, Dr. Kaliyappan to join in short notice period to IPR Industry Conference. So, thank you very much, Doctor. Welcome to Dr. Kaliyappan for nice speech. Please proceed, please, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I am very happy to see you all in this virtual forum. Just now I got a call from our research foundation, like Saurabh Jain. So we are all know, right? We are all having a lot of innovative ideas. But we don't know how to show our innovative ideas and how can we get proper rights because we are all preparing a lot of things and we are guiding our students also, and every time we are getting new innovative idea, but every time we are getting new idea but we don't know how to get proper rights, right? So right, so now presently we know many individual we are filing our ideas in India and Australia and the world. So wherever, if you have any ideas, you can file it any country. But intellectual property rights, right? So they say IPR, we called short form, we called IPR. So intellectual property rights. So this is very useful to all of us, like what we call it is useful for faculties and industrial persons, and also those who are want to get proper rights in particular their innovative things. Okay. So so it is if you need to get proper right means also first you can like prepare some document related to your idea. So because it is necessary, because some people what they do now, it is not, I am not blaming anybody, right? Some people what they do now, they are preparing some document, but what they do immediately, they immediately switch on their computer, and immediately they are going to open Google, and they are searching some document related to their innovative things. Then immediately they copy it, and they are try to filing in IPR. But so it is not a correct way, and it is not a good thing. So because so our innovative things, our new idea, we have to prepare ourselves, and we have to apply to our Indian patent office. Then so they will review your patent, and finally they will like give permission, and they are publishing your innovative things what we are uploaded in IPR website. So then this IPR is useful to faculty members for their for accreditation, NAC, NBA, and other purpose we are using. But it is for industry people, many of them, they are publishing their concept, designing patent, everything and all in IPR, Indian Patent Indian Patent Office. And so then why the mostly we are all know that if you want to like change any patent, like as you can take one pen, for example, simply we can take mobile phone, or you can take one pen. Okay, so pen, we have, lot of varieties of company, they are producing they are manufacturing pens. Okay, but if you want to say, suppose you are changing some small changes, like as you can put some dot or in top, or like bottom, or something you can modify it. So then you are modified, but you didn't get any patent rights. So same concept, if maybe some person they are doing, and they are like getting patent, and they are like manufacturing, and they are sale their manufacture, and release the market now. So same patent, what do you think previous, like you are thinking like this type of things last 2 weeks back or 1 month back, but you are not taking effort, and you are not taking you are not showing interest to get proper rights to your idea, innovative idea. So what will do, so your friend or your colleague or something, so immediately they will get rights, and they are manufacturing, or they are sell their innovative things to some other companies, and they are getting that they are buying that innovative idea, they are paying some money like crores and crores or lakhs, and something they are paying, and they are getting that innovative new things from your friend or colleague. And so they are getting benefited, but you are not getting any benefited, because so final end product you are producing, or you are making a product. So definitely you should get some proper rights. Okay, so it is necessary to all, like not only like any manufacturing company, so our faculty community also, we have to do like this. So definitely we have some benefit in this patent, not only for aggregation in future. So same idea or same concept, some company they want to make as a product. So definitely they will approach you, and they will ask you, so ask you, and if you are interested, you can sell your or you can sell your that particular concept to some particular companies or something. So but in our faculty, what they are doing now, we are approaching, and we are forcing our students to do their final year project. So we are approaching, we are forcing them, like you can do this project, you can do that project, you can prepare this, you can get some rights. But the students doesn't know how to get proper rights for their particular project. So then we can guide our students, then we can or you can guide their students. And so just insist them, please, you can get get rights to your project, right? So this is one of the benefits to you and also your students. And individual property rights, right, it is not easy to, because we have three stages are there. But like one is patent publication, and other means concept publication, and also design publication. And the next stage, once you got publication, then immediately within a week or within a month, you have to apply. You can go for next stage. So that next stage we called as examination stage. You can, after publication, you can file examination. Once you file the examination, and then immediately then you will get report from IPR. Then IPR, they will ask more questions. They will ask some queries about your publication concept. You can answer. You can answer the queries what they are asked. Then you can answer all the queries. Then finally, then next immediately they will call you for a presentation, presentation. Then you can go and you can show, or you can present your concept in front of some reviewers are there in the IPR, and then you can show and you can explain explain your concept. So these are all my concept. These are all my things. So this is my idea. So then you can explain how your idea is differ from others, something. Then after finally, if your answer is okay, then our review members is satisfied. Then finally they will give a grant. So this is it is a lengthy process. So it will take around 2 to 3 years, 18 months minimum for grant. Then, but maybe it will take around 2 to 3 years for grant for your concept. Then, but for your publication, you can get within 1 month. You will get publication, and your name will be registered in government gazette. So normally we told, right, your name will be registered in government gazette. So this IPR is run by purely Indian government, no private organization or no private companies. IPR is purely run by Indian government only. Right. So then this is the IPR. I think short time I'm explain like this thing. So thank you for giving good opportunity to me explain a few things about IPR. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam ji. Thank you very much to a nice speech for IPR. Actually, everyone want to be get patent. So thank you very much for nice speech. Thank you very much to join.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes,
Yes, I
it
wanted.
was.
Yes, excuse me, Meghna ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt in between. So once again, I wanted to thank Dr. Kalippan for sharing his knowledge upon IPR. Now, dear friends, we have one more guest. That is Dr. Priya Samant. Now, I wanted to say that she is a social worker. She is the innovator. She's working for women entrepreneurship and women empowerment as well. And she is running a foundation which is known as Leading Lady Foundation. And one magazine, apart from magazine, she is also running the magazine in the same name. So we are very glad to welcome Dr. Priya Savan amongst us, and I wanted to hand over the mic to her. Ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. Priya, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Yes, you are
Thank you so
audible.
much. Yeah. So thank you everyone for such a wonderful meeting, and it's been such a beautiful day. I extend my warm wishes and gratitude towards Research Foundation of India and Dr. Jain. एक तो ये आज का इतना पर्यावरण के लिए हम जागृति के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, एंड आई एम श्योर कि जितने लोग इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं, हर कोई इस कॉज को बड़ा सीरियसली ले रहा है, तभी तो इस फोरम में प्रेजेंट है. तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग हर एक जन एक एम्बेसडर के तौर पे एनवायरमेंट के लिए हमें कुछ ना कुछ काम करना है, लोगों को जागरूक करना है, बिकॉज यही टाइम है, यही समय है कि हम लोग एनवायरमेंट के बारे में सीरियसली सोचें. I will share one of my poem which was written by me and it was released by Dr. हर्षवर्धन जी जो हमारे हेल्थ मिनिस्टर हैं. उन्होंने आज के दिन पर्यावरण के ऊपर मैंने जो एक कविता लिखी है उसका एल्बम रिलीज किया हुआ है. I'll be sharing with you all soon. और मैं चाहती हूँ कि हर कोई पर्यावरण के लिए कम से कम इतना तो हम जरूर कर सकते हैं कि हमारे जन्मदिन पे एक पौधा जरूर लगाए और उसकी देखभाल करें. ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि हमने पौधा लगा लिया और उसको छोड़ दिया. तो वो उतना ही जरूरी है जितना हम ट्री प्लांटेशन करते हैं कि हमें हेलो am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. So there are certain internet issues, but still we are managing, and it's such a wonderful thing that we are able to connect with each other and able to spread the goodness and work for the noble cause. So मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि हर कोई अपने जन्मदिन पे एक पौधा जरूर लगाए, खास करके स्कूल में बच्चों को भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व करे, so that they grow up with the trees and they can understand the value of environment, how useful it is. वैसे ही हम लोग आजकल ऑक्सीजन के लिए बड़ा तड़प रहे हैं, हर कोई लाइक ऑक्सीजन की अहमियत को समझ गया है इस कोविड के काल में. सो हमें बहुत जरूरी है कि अगर हमें हमारा जीवन सुजलाम सुफलाम करना है तो इस धरती के साथ ही वो सब होगा. तो ज्यादा समय मैं आपका नहीं लूंगी. फिर से एक बार आप सबको धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि मुझे इसमें अपने विचार रखने का आपने अवसर दिया और हम लोग मिलके सब लोग जरूर पर्यावरण के लिए कुछ ना कुछ करेंगे और मिलके सबने ये करना है तभी ये सफल है, क्योंकि ये धरती हम सबकी है. तो हमारा भी फर्ज है कि इस धरती माँ के प्रति हमारा फर्ज जो है उसको निभाएं. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Dr. Priya Sawant. Thank you very much for nice speech on this day, particularly environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Priya ma'am, for your kind suggestion. And it's always a great experience and an opportunity to enhance knowledge through the speeches delivered by such eminent speakers like Kaliyappanji, Priya ma'am, and there are various eminent speakers and guests we have today. So we are so fortunate and we are looking forward a great program ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Priya ma'am, for your vivacious words. Now we are moving. Now,
Yes.
Thank you so much, Meghna ma'am, for the conduct of the session too. Gratitude is the healthiest of all human emotions. The more you express gratitude for what you have, the more likely you will have even more to express gratitude for. So, to propose the formal vote of thanks, I invite the proficient and knowledgeable Professor Ajay Jain, President, Central India Board, RFI. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, Tanisha ma'am. Good afternoon and namaskar to all. Happy World Environment Day to all. Honorable Chairman RFI, CMD RFI, Honorable Chief Guest, Guest of Honor, Special Guest, Guest Speakers, dearest team members, faculty members of SPIPS, Indore, and our most valued participants. A pleasant afternoon to this wonderful gathering. I, Professor Ajay Jain, President, Central Board of India, RFI, feels privileged to stand before this gathering to propose a vote of thanks. I express my gratitude to our Honorable Chairman, Dr. Saurabh Jain sir, respected CMD, Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta sir, Dr. Priyadashini Agnihotri ma'am, Board President, RFI, Dr. Rajat Premanand Sharma, National Convener, RFI, Father Simon Raj, Director, SPIPS Indore, Dr. Sister Alice Thomas, Principal, SPIPS Indore, and thanks to SPIPS to organize such a wonderful event on this virtual platform. We have been fortunate enough to have some of the eminent persons from academia, industry, and utility present here to grace this occasion. I am sure that the participants must have benefited by attending this conference. My heartfelt thanks to our honorable chief guest, Bishop Chapu, SVD Catholic Diocese of Indore, Chairman SPIPS Indore, special guest Dr. Mirashmi, Management Consultant, CMD Government of Kerala, State President Kerala RFI. Special guest Engineer Sanjay Gupta sir. Special guest Raj Tiwari sir. Special guest Kalipan SK Subramaniam sir. Special guest Dr. Priya Sawant ma'am. Dr. Dipti Maheshwari, Session Chair and Panel from Dean, Faculty of Commerce, Rabindranath Tagore University, who generously accepted our invitation, spare their precious time from busy schedule and share their valuable knowledge and expertise with us. Thank you all. I am very much thankful to conference team members, Professor Ashay Joshi sir, Dr. Meghna Raikwar, Professor Tanisha Dalal ma'am, Dr. Ravi Vyas sir, Dr. Sarita Rana ma'am, Dr. Rafiq Khan sir, and all team members of SPIPS for their hard work and tireless efforts. Thanks to all the sponsors, associates of this conference. Without their generous support, it would not have been possible to organize this conference. I am sure your support will continue in the future also. I express my gratitude to our team members of RFI and our technical staff member, Mr. Yuvraj. It has been our pleasure to host all the participants of this international conference. At this juncture, I feel privileged to thank all the participants for attending virtual conference. I once again thank everyone whose contribution has made this conference a successful conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajay sir, for your obliging and pleasing vote of thanks.
Thank you so much.
For the second phase of the program, that is the paper presentation and technical session, I invite Professor Meghna Raikar. Ma'am, please.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt this time before Dr. Meghna Rekwar, madam. So, as we know very well, this in pandemic time, everyone is facing the problem. So that was the platform for try to convert from this pandemic to in education field. So thank you very much to organize such a wonderful interest conference by St. Paul Institute. So I would like to thanks again to director, principal, convener, organizing secretary, and St. India Board John, all officers of RFI, Dr. Gupta, Dr. Rana, Dr. Meghna Rekwarji, Dr. Tanisha Dalalji, Dr. Ravi Vyasji, and all guests and eminent speakers. So thank you very much to organizing such a wonderful conference, and special thanks to the participants who make that conference success. So thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Dalal, please. Dr. Meghna Rekwar, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh sir. According to 35th US President, Dr. John F. Kennedy, the goal of education is the advancement of knowledge and the dissemination of truth. Keeping these two goals in mind, each and every educationist, researcher is trying to contribute something from his or her side. And through these virtual, international, or national conferences, research aspirants would get the opportunity to explore and share their views in front of eminent personalities and research-oriented scholars. Once again, a very blessed good afternoon to all dignitaries, guests, members of faculty, research scholars, and the presenters of today's international conference. With great joy and immense exultation, I, Dr. Meghna Raikar, faculty SPIPS, feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to session chair and panel, dearest Dr. Dipti Maheshwari, Dean, Faculty of Commerce, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal. She shows a keen interest in the educative research process. She has done doctorate on the topic related to text. She is having 15 years teaching experience and 7 years of research experience. More than 55 research papers are into credits, both international and national levels. Her specialization lies in accountancy, entrepreneurship, and research. Under her guidance, 12 MPhil and 9 PhD degrees have been awarded. She takes periodic research methodology workshops in various institutes. She is a chief editor of a national journal, Shodhayatan, very nice name of her journal, Shodhayatan. Apart from the research arena, She is also a behavioral trainer at government offices like CRISP. She is member of Bhopal Management Association, BMA. This multidimensional personality has received Innovative Trainer Award by ISTD Bhopal chapter in the year 2019. She has co-authored of various books on financial management, GST, emerging trends in e-commerce, emerging trends in accountancy and finance, basic of neuromarketing. Overall, dear listeners and viewers, if we summarize her mind-blowing profile into one line, then I must say that she is totally, throughout her career, dedicated towards research, research, and research. My dear friends, we are very fortunate and privileged to have guidance from session chair and panel, Dr. Dipti Maheshwari. Ma'am, we heartily welcome you in this session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Meghna ma'am,
Yeah,
for this nice introduction and very good introduction. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Intellects of Galaxy. To intellectual property rights, I congratulate entire team, organizer team, SPIS College and Research Foundation of India. Both are very, I am highly congratulate entire team because there is a very good initiative which is taken by in the today's day. It's a World Environment Day. So in that day, we all as aspect, and just like it is a base of sustainable 9 goal, which already our honorable Prime Minister said about these days. So sustainable 9 goals said about the environment. So it is very good initiative with the IPR and ecosystem innovation. You talk about everything in just a small or brief topic. So it is very good. With these lines, which is said by Mahatma Gandhi, sir, what we are doing to the forest of the world is but a mirror reflection of what we are doing to ourselves and one another. So this line is totally fit about this particular international web conference. So I congratulate entire team and thank you so much for this opportunity. Give me Research Foundation of India and also SPSS College. Today, definitely, I hope all the papers which is related with this conference definitely is the more fruitful and more supportive to our society and IPR also. On what level India is very low, very down actually in a IPR. So I thought some papers will be definitely incorporated in the IPR also, and we will achieve more on the world level also. So I congratulate entire team, and please, ma'am, start the session. Thank you.
Dipti ma'am, thank you so much for your inspiration and for your guidance, and we are really looking forward for the same in our entire session. So dear friends, as we know, as a researcher, change empowers us to accept new things and beginnings. We always into exploration and research of hidden aspects of strange things. This diligent inquiry and examination to seek new facts, theories, principles, applications, and laborious hard work turn into a success when we get the patent or registration and thus use it as our own intellectual property. Yes, this is the motto of our today's international virtual conference on the topic intellectual property rights and contemporary issues in innovation, ecosystem, environmental, and sustainable development. Dear research scholars, this conference is organized by St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies, SPIPS, Indore, in association with Research Foundation of India and World Conference Forum. So here at this juncture, I would request our patrons to please allow me to start paper presentation and technical session. Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, sir. Ravi, sir. Shall I begin with the session?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Before I start, it's a must to share some basic guidelines to present the paper. We request you to give your brief introduction and read the topic of your research paper. You can cover your entire paper in a brief and precise manner with the help of bullet points, and try to discuss your conclusion, your findings in a nutshell. So, Dipti ma'am, is it okay? These rules are okay according to you?
Yes, ma'am. There is a time limit. Ma'am, there is any time limit?
Actually, time limit is 3 to 4 minutes. It depends very to very, like paper length of paper and all that. So let's see how it goes. Dear research scholars, from Dipti Maheshwari ma'am, it's a gentle suggestion to just abide by the rule, abide by the time, and the maximum time, minimum time is 3 minutes, and maximum up to your paper length. So that can be manageable. So now, one by one, I'll call out the names, and accordingly, you switch on your mic, camera for the presentation. All the best. And first of all, I would like to call Dr. Goldie Zaki. She is faculty of SPIPS, Indore. Goldie ma'am?
Excuse me, Meghna ma'am.
Yes.
Meghna ma'am. I want to request all the paper presenters that the sharing option is available to them. They can directly go to share option on their Zoom meeting app, and they can share. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah. So as you heard, Ravi sir has informed us that sharing mode is on. So you can share your PPT or your charts, whatever you want to share, you can share. No problem with that.
Excuse ma'am.
Yes. Yes, Asha.
Ma'am, can we know the list or order of the presenters so that we can be ready by that time?
Pardon, I can't hear you. Please repeat the line.
Ma'am, can we know the list of the presenters, order of presenters, so that we will approximately know the timing when we will be slot?
Would you like to present in Hindi? Hindi language? That's what you asked.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Actually, ma'am, she talk about she talk about the number. After that, which number she will have to actually the time limit and everything. Yeah.
Just I'm just sorting out the names and we'll let you know. So
yeah, please.
Thank you.
So
Thank you so much.
Please coordinate with me and cooperate with me. So here I would like to call Goldie ma'am. Ma'am, please unmute your mic.
Ma'am, was my screen visible?
No, ma'am.
No, it's not visible now. But previous to that, was it visible?
Yes, previously it was visible, but your
I'm presenting it.
Yes.
Yeah, is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Yes.
Hello, Ravi sir. Hello. Hello.
Yes. Neeti ma'am, may I begin with your kind permission?
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
So I am Dr. Goldie Zaki, and I am the Associate Professor in the Department of Commerce, St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies, Indore. And as per the guideline of the conference, I have prepared the paper that is titled Intellectual Property Rights Relating to Autonomous Vehicle Sector, a Study in Contemporary Environment. So the presentation today that I am giving would entail introduction, objectives of study, autonomous vehicles in the world of intellectual property rights, leading autonomous driving patent companies, challenges faced by the industry, future prospects, conclusion, and bibliography. Talking about the Indian autonomous vehicle is a kind of automotive that uses numerous technologies and features such as sensors, adaptive cruise control, automatic steering, anti-lock braking system, GPS navigation technology, lasers, and radar. The manufacturers invest largely to expand their research and development endeavors to raise self-driving technology. This calls for strict adherence of laws related to intellectual property rights, particularly patents. This graph shows the countrywide share of autonomous cars in the world, headed by North America, followed by Europe, Asia Pacific, MEA, Latin America. The objectives of the studies are to study the number of patents applied by autonomous vehicle manufacturers, to study the patent law applying to autonomous vehicle sector, to study the future trend of automobile vehicle industry, to study the challenges posed on the industry. Background of autonomous vehicle industry. The history of autonomous vehicle industry goes back to the year 2000 when they initiated incremental automation features for safety and convenience with cruise control and anti-lock braking system in the autonomous cars. The major players in the industry are BMW, Tesla, Ford Motor, General Motor, Daimler, Toyota, Volkswagen, Continental, Baidu, Bosch, Audi, and Google. Autonomous vehicle in the world of intellectual property rights. According to the Society of Automotive Engineers International (SAE) and as recognized by National Highway Traffic Safety Administration for Automated Driving Systems 2017, the autonomous vehicles have 5 levels of automation. Intellectual property rights. Autonomous vehicle companies and their allies acquire advantageous positions in the industry with the help of protection of intellectual property. As per an online survey as part of Managing IP's report on IP and the automotive sector, 95% of industry respondents predicted that IP rights would play a crucial role in the sector. All the aspects of IP that are patents, trade secrets, and copyright each possesses their advantages. An appropriate planning and use of IP rights can support the firms become class apart and stay ahead of curve. Patents. Patent rights is the most used IP strategy by most of the car manufacturing companies. This has resulted in over 6,300 patents issued on autonomous driving technologies. Patent subject matter eligibility. Patent eligibility includes a process, machine, manufacture, or composition of matter and excludes abstract ideas, law of nature, and natural phenomena from patentable subject matter. 2-step tests are: first, determining whether the invention is directed to a patent ineligible concept such as an abstract idea, determining whether there is any additional inventive step that transforms an abstract idea into something worthy of patent protection. The chances of survival for a patent application on an artificial intelligence invention thus depends on different factors and can be improved by preparing claim language with sufficient details on how the invention's novel autonomous features is implemented with different components so as to improve a certain technical functionality or process. Trade secrets. Trade secret strategies include requiring engineers and others with access to the trade secret sign non-disclosure agreements, ensuring that trade secret information has limited distribution or availability even within the company. having employees departing the companies sign statements that they have not taken any confidential information. Copyrights. Though patents and trade secrets are the major key IP mechanism employed for protecting novel technologies, copyright issues are also expected to arise in case of autonomous vehicles. The copyright protection cannot be used for a functionality of a registered software that are used in autonomous vehicle, but it provides protections for the underlying source code of the software. This is a chart that is depicting the leading autonomous driving patent companies. It is initiated by Toyota Motors on the top, followed by Ford, General Motors, Honda Motors, VW Group, Bosch, Alphabet, Uber, Baidu. And the total indicates the year-wise total as well as the company-wise total. And this chart is the share of the leading companies in autonomous vehicles from the year 2015 to the year 2019. And here are the patent companies, the increase in the number of patents of autonomous vehicle. So from 2000 in 2015 with 2,651 patents, and now there is the increase of 5,320 in the year 2019. The major challenges faced by the autonomous vehicle industries are that the cars are very expensive. There are safety and security concerns. There is possibility of the vehicle being hacked. It reduces the employment opportunities as it is automated. It has certain non-functional sensors. Then there are deficient patent laws. The patents cannot be used to protect machine learning data or software engineers' specific articulation source code. Then acceptance by the people, increased research and development expenditure, making the vehicle even more expensive. As a part of future prospect, we can see that the sales of autonomous cars were estimated to be over 24 million units in 2017 and CAGR over 14% during the forecast period. In 2019, the world autonomous cars market touched a worth of nearly $818.6 billion, with an increase of 12.7% in CAGR since 2015. Because of lockdown and COVID-19 norms imposed in different countries and economic slowdown thereof, the market declined from $818 billion in 2019 to $772.8 billion in 2020 at a rate of minus 5.6%. The market is expected to revive and move at a CAGR of 12.7% from 2021 and reach to $1,191.8 billion in 2023. The market is expected to reach $1,642.9 billion in 2025, growing at a CAGR of 17.4%, and $3,195 billion in 2030, with a CAGR of 14.2% if the economies proceed as per the calculations. As a part of conclusion, autonomous technology can be designated as one of the most noteworthy developments in the transportation sector. The manufacturers are in the race to acquire intellectual property rights for protection in their technological advancement in this domain. The pace of filing patent applications stands unprecedented because automotive sectors work hard to reinforce their patent sets. This sector is developing at such a high speed that the patent applied for may turn futile by the time it is issued. To continue enforcing important IP for vehicles or assembling, manufacturers need to compulsorily update their protection strategy. This is largely dependent on the existing patent laws and needs considering suggested changes to ongoing patent resolution in order to determine the best secure programming based developments for patents, trade secrets, and copyright. Intellectual property safeguard for autonomous vehicles is a creative field, and the companies are hopeful that the law would continue to develop swiftly. This is the big videography. Yeah, and that's all from my side. Thank you so much for patient listening.
Thank you, Goldie ma'am, for your beautiful presentation and explanation. So, Deepti ma'am, would you like to ask question?
Goldie ma'am, you have presented very well your paper. You have covered all the things which is related with your paper. Autonomous mobile, autonomous vehicle sector. You have covered all these things. You have covered at present CGARA and everything, and it's very nice. And in future, we can go also for the global level. Actually, when we talk about the vehicle sector, so it, most probably the industries which is related to this sector, it's an internal body. So on a IPR way, if we can say, so it's an international level. It is you have presented us some figures on that. So on international level, it is different. So we can do in further for the further research for the comparative study in both way. Okay, and you were present very well, and you have all these and prospects, future prospects. Side it is very good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your appreciation and useful inputs that you have given. Surely I'll incorporate and work
Thank you.
in the future. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deepti ma'am.
Yes,
Here
yes,
I'm
ma'am,
going
yes,
to announce the names. First name is Mr. Ashil Joshi and Dr. Ajay Patil. Then Dr. Tabinandan Joshi and Professor Shejal Gupta. Then third is Dr. Rakesh Agrawal, Professor Meenakshi Deshmukh, Dr. Nidhi Nalvaya, and then we have Shaki Asha Begum, Dr. S. Joshna Rani, Dr. Jyoti J. Koliar, then Rupali Bajaj. So may I request who is ready to present the paper? If someone please volunteer.
Yes, madam, I am ready.
Yes, Swati ma'am. So here I'm just reading out the names. So please be ready. So here after Swati ma'am, I would like to call Mr. Ashil Joshi and Dr. Ajay Patil. Are you there?
Excuse ma'am.
Hello. Yes, Asha ma'am.
Ma'am,
would you
can
like
I
to?
present after? Can I present after Swati ma'am?
Sure. No problem with that. So here, little cooperation and coordination I expect from you, so that we can have a very smooth conduction of the program. Thank you so much. So after, yes, after Swati ma'am, I would definitely call you. Okay, so be prepared.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So here I would like to call Dr. Swati Singh. Please, Swati ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Meghna. As my madam introduced that I'm Dr. Swati Singh, and right now I'm working in St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies, Indore, as assistant professor. So my topic is intellectual property rights sometimes do not equal to innovation and creativity. Innovation is crucial element for the development of society. Technological developments have completely transformed the way of communication, traveling, working style, eating habits, and so much more. Without realizing it, We count on inventors like Steve Jobs, Elon Musk to improve the transform our daily lives. What we also do not realize is that one of the driving forces behind innovation is intellectual property protection. The need to protect inventions and creative works of individuals have been recognized for centuries. The first modern patent was granted in 1421 by the Republic of Florence for a barge with hoisting gear. Intellectual property serves as the foundation of innovation in the economy. Government granted rights incentivize discovery and creativity by providing creators with an opportunity to profit from the value of their innovative work. In exchange, the creative work is made public so that others may build on the benefits from the work of original creator. Laws protecting intellectual property also reduce the transaction costs between inventors and industry by providing information about the quality of invention without jeoparding of ownership of the idea. For the entrepreneur, intellectual property in the form of patent, trademarks, copyrights can be especially valuable. Patents, for example, my focus is actually today is I'm going to focus on patent right. So patents, for example, have been shown to increase firm productivity and more immediately a firm market's value. Patent application held by young firm also correlate with higher valuation of by inventors, provided those applications are not software based. Intellectual property protection is critical to fostering innovation. Without protection of ideas, businesses and individuals would not reap the full benefits of their innovations and would focus less on research and development. So yes, I agree that this is for innovation and all. But yes, if we today I'm going to speak on the current situation. If we see the current situation, that how intellectual property affects the is affected by pandemic. So let us see that the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have been felt worldwide and across all business sectors. The pandemic is also leaving all business sectors, and the pandemic is also leaving an impact on the protection of existing intellectual property rights and on IPRs in the process of acquiring protection. Whilst in normal circumstances, IPR right holders are granted protection over their intellectual property against third party use. The pandemic has created an unprecedented situation whereby IPR holders may be forced even temporarily to allow third parties to use their IPs, example patents or designs for public interest. In some situation, it is recommended to this is the need of R, that in some situation it is recommended to suspension of IP rights. Medical devices, medical products are generally protected by via patents, giving companies the legal right to inhibit third party use. Patent protection allows creators to secure a quasi monopoly at least for several years over their own unique inventions. After having invested time and money into the creation of the IP. But on the other hand, the COVID-19 crisis created need to produce essential equipment and medical supplies regardless of any possible backstop. Indeed, there is a growing need to be able to manufacture essential medical devices such as masks, ventilators, and other personal protective equipment. Several governments across the globe may need to resort to making use of legislation or implement new measures to ensure that they have an adequate supply of medical supplies necessary to combat COVID-19. In Malta, for example, the possibility of suspending IPRs in present in the Patents and Designs Act, Chapter 417 of the laws, Article 40 of the Act stipulates that, I quote unquote, where the national security or public safety so requires. The Minister of Economy, Investment and Small Businesses may authorize the use, manufacturing and sale of an invention without the patent owner's authorization or the patent application. This action must be justified by equitable remuneration to the proprietor of the patent or of the application of patent. So this is one example. One more example, that is the European Union Intellectual Property Office issued a statement on the 16th of March 2020, by which all time limits set to expire between 9th of March and 30th of April 2020, and I quote, that affect all parties before the office, I can unquote, will now expire on the 1st of May 2020. So such decisions are very important after seeing the situation. So finally, I would, one more example, due to stipulated time, I have to sum up my paper. So I would like to tell you that latest example, let us see what the situation in India. So currently there are more people than vaccine. If I give example of vaccine, that vaccines in the world, that is why some countries are facing a vaccine shortage, even in India, in their fight against COVID-19. This problem can only be solved when every country in the world starts to produce vaccine. However, the main roadblock for this step is patent. So patent on vaccines is one of the main reasons why some countries are not able to produce their vaccine. Seeing this bad situation around the world, India and South Africa had proposed something in the World Trade Organization, to which now the US have also agreed. And the US has said that it is ready to temporarily suspend all patents related to the research and manufacture of the coronavirus vaccine. Apart from this, the European Union has also said that it is ready to discuss it. This topic should be discussed. Britain has also agreed that it will be considered making the vaccine patent free for some time, and France is also in favor of it. Now, one country which is against, that is Germany. Germany's view is that the production of vaccine cannot be increased by making it patent free, and that is Germany has stood up in opposition in this proposal. The point to understand here is that WTO will not the support of all countries to pass the proposal of India and South Africa, but so far it does not appear to be happening. So how does consent from the US benefit our country? Let us see. The companies that make vaccine like Pfizer and Moderna are from Africa itself. The US government was also involved in the research of Moderna vaccine, and Pfizer created its vaccine based on the research. So in such situation, if the US agrees to worldwide the patent from vaccine, then the pressure will increase on the other countries as well, especially in those countries that are applying Pfizer and Moderna vaccine to their people. So if the legal right to patent is lifted in the future, this is my major concern, then pharma companies of all countries will be able to produce the vaccine. However, this is not so easy at first, as first of all, the member countries have to agree on this subject in the WTO, and even if the agreement is reached in some way, then the companies making the vaccine can approach the court on this issue, and in court this can get entangled for a long time. It may take much time, while the world needs vaccine right now, because this is the need of urgent need of our. So what is the situation where what we can do now? Answer is not very much simple, but the answer is that central government can only issue compulsory licenses to third party companies for the manufacture of Covaxin, but this cannot be the case with Covishield, because Covishield has a patent with Oxford University, as we all know that, and Serum Institute of India is the only one producing it. So that's a very pathetic situation. And so finally, my conclusion is that this is the situation where there is a crisis of vaccine deficiency all over the world. At present, let me tell you that at present, a total of 13 companies are producing vaccine all over the world. And the total population of the world is 750 crores. If all people were given both doses and vaccine, then we would need 15 crore doses of vaccine. But the problem is that there have been only 30. So if we look at it from the situation of India, the total population of our country is 135 crore. And if all people are vaccinated in our country, then we will need 270 crore doses. While currently only two companies are making vaccine and vaccines, and these two companies make an average of 80 million doses every month. So according to this, it will take about 3 years for these two companies to make vaccines for all people. So now it is the patent is removed from vaccine, then only 13 companies making vaccine in the world can be thousands. So the same can happen in India, and there are total, that everyone I think be aware that there are 3,000 pharmaceuticals companies in India, but unfortunately in this 135 crore population, only two companies are making the vaccine. So patent, at least some companies should be patent free, so that we can cope up this pandemic situation. So my major concern is only this. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Any question?
Thank you, ma'am. No, actually, you talk about the IPR license in your presentation. Yeah, when you talked about the IPR, it's a different thing. Actually, ma'am, there is some reasons because of just like international bodies, other bodies which is controlled the IPR, they are not given to license everyone. But nowadays, our government try to cope up this. Actually, the population is very high, so naturally it is very typical to manage everything. But nowadays, it is trying in our country also to give the license to other companies also. But you have present a very well regarding this IPR. Sometimes do not related with the creativity. It's a very good topic, and actually there are many forms in the IPR. So only on one-sided we will not go. We can say in other sides also. So there are some pros and cons of everything regarding the patent and other process also. So your presentation and your overview, it's a very good on this topic, and thank you so much, ma'am, for well presenting this paper. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for appreciation, ma'am. But my concern is only that it can be for some time it can be patent free, so that we can cope up this pandemic and then leading normal
Nowadays,
life.
just I'll initiate this thing also. Okay, nowadays
Yeah.
our government already taken an initiative on this particular process. They will give they are giving license to other companies, but actually they up to the mark also, na, just because of that. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
This paper
Thank you so
has
much.
written,
Yeah.
I think 15 days back. So now it's not
Okay.
updated exactly. Thank you
No,
so much.
it's okay. It's okay.
Thank you so much. Right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Now, I wanted to request our presenters to be little bit for the time, because we have a lot of presentations to go on. So I request everyone to please sum up their paper in just 5 to 7 minutes only. Now I have a list here with me. So first, Ma'am Asha Begum, Sheikh Asha Begum will be the next one. Then after that, Jyoti G. Koliyar, ma'am, is she here? Jyoti G. Koliyar, Dr. Jyoti G. Koliyar.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you'll be the next one, ma'am. After Asha, ma'am. Then Rupali Bajaj.
Yes, sir.
Rupali Bajaj is there. Miss Rupali Bajaj. Okay. Then Rupali Bajaj, ma'am. Okay. Then after that, Dr. Ruchi Tejpal. Dr. Ruchi Tejpal. Okay. Then Dr. Samshuddin E. Dr. Samshuddin E. Okay. Dr. Samshuddin. Then the next one is, excuse me. Then next one will be Dr. Preeti Goswami. Dr. Preeti Goswami. Dr. Preeti Goswami. Okay. So right now we are having the presentation from Asha ma'am, and after that, Jyoti ma'am, be prepare yourself.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries, to the hosting institution.
Right now,
Myself, Sheikh Asha Begum.
Time as I get free.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are
Yes,
audible.
ma'am.
Yes, myself, Sheikh Asha Begum. I am currently working as assistant professor in Nirmala College of Pharmacy, Andhra Pradesh, and I am a research scholar working on pharmacy practice department from Sri Padmavati Mahila University of Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. So today I'll be having a look into a brief introduction on the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence related to the healthcare, ma'am. So this topic I've chosen just because my research work is going on beyond the breast cancer, and on this behalf, I was just trying to develop the app. We were trying to develop an app from where we can collect the data related to the women. We can't go individually to each woman and collect the data from them. So that would be a difficult task to cover a huge population. But under the research, if we can develop some app through which the women will be monitored, and those who are under the risk factors, they will be included.
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Ma'am, so someone has it has been shown that someone has removed me from the meeting, ma'am. Very sorry for this. I don't know what happened.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. So I'll be talking about the importance of artificial intelligence in various healthcare applications. So to start about, we have a lot of the fields in which the artificial intelligence has been being used since many years, and it is an emerging technology now which has to be used. And even in the current pandemic situation, a person cannot go and meet the individually to the many drawbacks. We have many cons among them, and it taking us towards looking into this issue. And if we see in 1950s early, an artificial kidney has been started. There was cardiac pacemaker, and there were antibiotics. And in 1970s, computer-assisted tomography has been come up. And in 1960s, we have seen ultrasounds which were emerging. And in 1980s, we have seen laser surgery, and in the present day, we even have robotic surgeries emerging trends. And if we see the converging technologies, we see artificial intelligence in healthcare, in cognitive sciences, in nanotechnology, in biological sciences. So these are the different fields where we have been including artificial intelligence. So what is artificial intelligence? Basically, it is a use of computer to model intelligent behavior with minimal human intervention. So the machines and computer programs are capable of problem solving and learning from the human brain. So this can be done through machine learning, where the codes can be generated, which will be giving us the data which a doctor can give. So virtual doctors, virtual nurses, or virtual diagnosis, all these can be arranged where we don't have all the facilities to move. So all these days now, if we see, smartphones have been very common in everyone's hand. So by using these techniques, or by using these technologies, we can move forward so that there doesn't come any deficiencies of meeting the doctors. So if you see here, this application of artificial intelligence in medicine, it can be applied in two forms. Either it can be virtual or it can be physical. It is a virtual branch. The learning algorithms will be observed. And for example, if we have unsupervised, we have supervised and reinforcement learning techniques. And what are the benefits of this artificial intelligence? Ma'am, I'm just moving the slides a bit forward so that you have asked to adjust the timing. I'll answer the questions at the end. So benefits of artificial intelligence are always there. Like there can be chances of early diagnosis. There can be feedback taken from the treatment. We can predict the outcome of the disease and reinforcing the non-pharmacological management. So reducing the therapeutic errors or the diagnostic errors, and we can see the increased patient safety. So there are a number of benefits have been observed with this artificial intelligence. And in medicine, the physical branch, which includes the physical objects, the medical devices we have, and the sophisticated robots for delivery of the care. And we have number of robotic surgeries which we are seeing these days, and which includes the robotic surgeries have been successful in heart, urology, endometriosis, gynecology, in thoracic, in general surgeries, in head and neck surgeries, in colorectal surgeries. All these are the examples where we have seen successful robotic surgeries. And then we have the growth drivers of AI in the healthcare. So the growth drivers include the increasing individual healthcare expenses. Why we are striving for this? Like larger geriatric population, we have an imbalance between health workforce and patients, and the increasing global healthcare expenditure, continued shortage of nursing and technician staff. All these are being drivers for us to move towards artificial intelligence in healthcare. So what are the potential challenges we have? So the developmental costs, integration issues, or the data privacy and security, or the data exchange systems, all these have been potential challenges. So what should be the future Indian scenario? So what I feel from my end is the future of AI in healthcare could include tasks that range from simple to complex. That is from taking the review of the medical records and trending, population health trending and analytics, then therapeutic drug and device design, then reading radiology images. All these will be the future Indian scenario where we can work on various patient self-service benefits. So personally, in my work, I have to collect the data from the breast cancer related to the breast cancer, where the women who are under the risk. I cannot go and run behind all the women in the urban area what I've selected. So we are trying to develop an app through which the women will be entering their data, and the app will be giving them alerts for for taking them to the early diagnosis, from which I will be having a link of the app to my mobile, where I'll be getting an alert that so and so woman is having the risk factor and she needs to be diagnosed. That is how we'll be working on this. I feel in this current scenario where there are a number of deficiency of the physicians or the nursing staff or the technicians, health technicians, which are not available, we can try to work it through the artificial intelligence. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Yes, thank you so much, Asha, for covering each and every aspect of artificial intelligence. Now, I would like to call Dr. Jyoti G. Koliyar. Jyoti ma'am, are you ready?
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this time.
Jyoti ma'am? Jyoti ma'am, are you ready?
Yes,
Hello?
ma'am. I'm sharing the
Yes.
screen. Yeah, I'm
Yes.
sharing my screen.
Okay. Now the next is Dr. Nidhi Malviya. So please get ready. Nidhi Malviya.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Ma'am, is it visible, my screen?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Oh. Yes, ma'am. Very good afternoon to one and all present over here. Myself, Dr. Jyoti G. Kolyar Das, working as an associate professor in Department of Environmental Science, SIS Nehru College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Maharashtra, that is in Mumbai. My topic for presentation is awareness about carpooling and its benefits. The contents will go on like introduction, aim, objectives, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion and recommendation, and last is references. Before I enter the result and discussion part, I will give you a brief overview about the introduction of the awareness about carpooling and its benefits. As we all know that transportation is one of the important need of human beings. And due to transportation, there is traffic congestion also. So it is also becoming one of the most important problems of human lives. And when there is traffic congestion, there are various problems existing like air pollution, noise pollution. So carpooling is one of the sharing of car journeys so that more than one person can travel in a car. So different names like carpooling or even other names have been also suggested for this carpooling systems. The aim and objectives of this research was to know whether there is any awareness about this carpooling, how much the people have been benefited if they have observed through this carpooling, and what kind of suggestions we get through the people to improve the concept of carpooling. The study area was Dobivli, Navi Mumbai, Thane, which is situated in Maharashtra, and the method which was adopted was questionnaires. With the help of questionnaires, we have done a survey whether people have been aware about this carpooling. These are the study locations: Thane, that is Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, and Thane. Some of the graphical representations I have shown over here. Only I have taken 3 questions, but in the later slides I have incorporated what are the details about this results and discussion. When we had asked them about are they aware about the carpooling, we came to know that 88% people are aware about the carpooling. Only 12% were not knowing about it. Have you ever had a car sharing arrangement for your commute to and from your workplace? Most of them have said that they have never had a car sharing arrangement. But formally, some of them have said yes, and informally, some of them have said yes. And one of the major questions which was been asked to them was, what would be your primary reason for opting for car sharing? So, like to make their journey to and fro work quicker, then it was around 16%. Then for the benefit of the environment, most of them have said yes. That was around 32%. And when we asked them that, do you think carpooling should be included in transit planning of the government? 88% people, they said that yes. So 60% of the respondents, they confess that they will be using the concept of carpooling. It can be either formally or it can be informally also. And 51% respondents, they said that it would depend upon the cost, that is per kilometer, which would be the best way to compensate for the carpooling. And majorly 33% people, they opted for carpooling. Why? Because of environmental protection. And many of them were also concerned about their safety. Why? When they were been choosing the co-passengers also. This was around 5,000 rupees, which was been calculated average cost of maintaining a vehicle. They said that 53% they agreed for reduction in the cost. And that cost was around 1,077 rupees. And petrol was preferred to be one of the most important fuel choice of the respondents. And even the concept of carbon footprint was also known to 2/3 of the respondents. So even the HOV lanes, even to half of the people, they have been knowing about this HOV lanes also. HOV is high occupancy vehicle lanes. So one of only half of the respondents, they have been knowing about the concept of this HOV lanes. Majority of the respondents, they agreed that they would like to carpool on long journeys, and they would also like that government should also include some concepts in government planning also. So what we came to know that carpooling is undergoing a period of notable change. In recent years, advancements in technology, social networking, location-based services, wireless services, cloud technologies, these are all contributing to the growth of shared and on-demand mobility, but also a resonance in IT-enabled carpooling. Emergent services like app-based carpooling are making it easier for travelers to share a ride. Pooling offers numerous societal, employer, and even individual benefits. So people are actually ready to embrace this kind of concept of carpooling. Impacts are also known, but we have to be very much ready to mitigate it. Mobile applications is also one of the important application which was been preferred for deciding the co-passengers. There was reduction in the number of vehicles on the road when we try to do this kind of calculation, when we have actually targeted Dombivli, Navi Mumbai, and Thane area. So carpooling is having, according to our conclusion, carpooling is having a lot of monetary as well as societal benefits also. And in fact, it will also try to have a good mental health as traffic congestion, and it can have some kind of direct impact on the mental health of the travelers also. So that is why it has been said that we need to have this kind of HOV lanes, and that is for looking for a better future also. Why? Because traffic congestion is one of the major problem which most of the cities they have been facing. So most of the respondents, they were knowing about this particular concept also, and people are ready, and they are saying that if government would take some sort of implication with respect to this kind of carpooling techniques, then it would be much better, and so that people will be also more aware about this kind of things. The awareness programs need to be taken by the government. That is what we suggest for encouraging this kind of carpooling. And high occupancy vehicle lanes to be included whenever we are planning the roads. Incentives to be provided by the government as well as to the employers. Websites need to be offered platform for carpooling. So it has to be also considered. Why? Because there is a safety of the passengers also. Of course, there are a lot of things, but again, we have been made a recommendation that through government also this kind of plans can be implemented. And of course, there would be reducing vehicular emissions also. So that should be some routes which will be also planned by the government. These are my references. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Jyoti ma'am, for your presentation. And now I would like to call Nidhi Nalwaya. Nidhi, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please. I welcome you, and you just present your PPT.
Is my PPT visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Ma'am, is the screen visible?
Yes, yes.
All right. All right. Good afternoon to everyone. In this today's virtual conference on intellectual property rights and contemporary issues in innovation, ecosystem, environment, and sustainable development, I, Dr. Nidhi Nalwaya, Associate Professor, Department of Accounting and Finance, Parul University. Here I am today presenting my paper, and the title of my paper based upon intellectual property rights and innovation and a mixed blessing. Before starting with my first slide, I would like to give a data which is quite important to start with that India has certainly made a progress on 7 objectives laid down in the national IPR policy across the patents, trademarks, copyright, and designs. It has acted to increase public awareness, commissioned technology and innovative support centers, and instituted training programs in some states. But much is left to be done. Strengthening the legislative framework to respect IP, improving the enforcement and adjudicatory mechanism that deals with infringements, supporting the generation and commercialization of innovation, developing human capital to bolster the capacity of research and skill building. So we need to recognize IP. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please
All right.
continue.
So we need to recognize the intellectual property as a value creator for India and build the country capabilities for innovation through IP creation, protection, and commercialization. So here, what my paper is all about, to give this is a paper which attempts to analyze the impact on innovation by the intellectual property rights regime, and the article endeavors to study the pros and cons of the implementation of RPI and its impact on innovation. So to start with, yes, I want to discuss something about the introductory part. Innovation is very crucial for the development and deployment of technology, because this is the technological era, and post-pandemic, and this during time of in this pandemic, a widely deployed model to understand the technology builds the concept of technology life cycle. So this life cycle of technology can be divided into a number of steps, like invention through research and development, and market deployment, and to commercial diffusion. So the intellectual property rights system affects not only the static efficiency during the life of the patent, but also to give a dynamic path of innovation. So a lot of reviews has been done, and a few of these studies which I have studied during compilation of my paper is before, like, intellectual property rights are becoming crucial in the regulating managerial and technical processes. Yes, it is being mentioned by Middleton in 1999. Even some studies are being done in 2006 and 2004, which properly talks about the mainstream of thinking and an analytical framework regarding intellectual property rights. Here, my paper focuses on IP system, or you can say the IP ecosystem and innovation, wherein I have talked about few different aspects. First of all, IP system and innovation. Yes, research and development and other investment in innovation says that IP system help to protect the intellectual firm's asset and prevent the firms from using them. So IP helps the firms to recoup their innovation investment, consequently provides an incentive for investing in the innovation also. So IP system facilitate to access the knowledge market, enabling the firms to buy and sell the intellectual assets, which may encourage the research and development investment. The second point in this IP system and innovation leads to technological cooperation between the firms. It is very essential to understand the technological collaboration, as they protect the firms from involuntary knowledge leakage and reduce the concern which is related to opportunistic behavior of the partner. The third one is the interface with the universities and public research institutes. The IP system creates an incentive for researchers and universities to engage in patenting and commercializing activities again. Regarding the market technology, yes, intellectual property right and patents are crucial in this. Again, the market terminology. Patents facilitate the realization of market deals, especially when the knowledge is codified and hence easily imitable, as in the case both the disclosure and the protection of technology is possible. When we talk about innovative entrepreneurship, yes, again, IP assets can be important signals for potential funders. The role of IP system is strongly interconnected with the venture capital and angel funding, and the development of these markets where IP assets can be used as a collateral strengthens its contribution to innovation. So these are basically some of the IP system and innovation pointers which can give or which can change overall system, as in the process when technology comes into existence. The next slide is about what is the slide visible, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this is the core work which I have I've analyzed while browsing so many papers and reviews being done by me regarding copyright and trademarks, which ensure the protection of the intellectual property right. Here, a few things I want to put a highlight on. That when we talk about IP system as an asset for the innovation, the acquisition and management of IP are very crucial because they transform the innovation potential and creativity into market value and competitiveness. Uh, Protecting an invention is only one of the many roles that IPR may play as an innovative firms, which give a new dimensions as well. So when I talk about the consequences of IP on the performance of innovative firm, which is the one particular dimension I have covered in my paper, there are few studies which is being done later on in 2011, which analyze the sample of high and medium technological startups in globally, like which is which affects the decision of the patent. So they attempt very carefully isolate the patent effect from the other factors to conclude that patents have higher asset growth than non-patentees at an annual rate between 8 to 27%. So this metric shows that at the time of initial investment, largely irrelevant to the firm, subsequent progress through the venture capital cycle can be done. Another factor is risk finance excess in IPI. Even patent application play an important role in signaling the value of the company to venture capitalist investors. And in large, when we talk about startups and early stage companies in the fields of biotechnology, medical instruments, and IP, yes, the companies are citing the financing and improving the exit opportunities as important motives of the obtaining the patents. So yes, in accessing the finance, yes, this IP plays a very crucial role. And some of the findings also says that it is consistent with a number of studies. Maybe certain it is arguing with the firms which are more likely to commercialize the racial innovations and incumbents. When we talk about market entry and IP, yes, there are smaller industries are smaller in markets where there are more patents, although the firms that hold a patent are more likely to enter into the market relative to their firms. So this is a consistent with previous evidences and analyze the survey data to find that patenting is one of the most common adopted strategy. So this is also one of the dimensions which I have covered in my paper. Even we can talk about the hindrances of diffusion of knowledge, like some scholars have stressed, and even the prior studies have been pointed out that IPR system globally has become more of stand rather than a lubricant to the vehicles. Rather, it need to a deep reform, while others go even further by arguing on abolition and so on. So non-practicing entities or the large incumbents firms have lost their innovative momentum. So this activity or this article is more genuine to imposes a barrier to entry for the new businesses that lack a large defensive patent portfolio, which turns out to be the cost and uncertainty to their innovation. So far, there are economies to the scale in the patent legislation process, opportunistic patent legislation, and yes, it affects these small entrepreneurial businesses. This is the 3 to 4 dimensions which I have taken into consideration, and also wanted to comment on, like, India is struggling, on an inadequate knowledge about the IP rights and its protection. To implement this, national IPR policy has implemented to work towards creating the awareness about the innovations being done in the various fields. IPR in the country, they are promoting the filing of IPR through facilitation and providing the inventors with a platform to commercialize their IP assets, and coordinating the implementation of national IPR policy in collaboration with government and departments. So yes, there are various dimensions, as I earlier started with, like 7 main objectives, like generating of IPRs, legal and legislative framework, commercializing of RPI, human capital deployment. These are the few points. And yes, I won't deny with the fact that there are major changes in IP and business laws and are enabling a robust innovation ecosystem in India. where the fruit of IP generation, protection, enforcement, and monetizing relates to the ripening of this whole topic of today's. So shifting the laws and objectives, yes, there are objectives, and in business laws also there are numerous database which is created, which acts as a catalyst in the growth and glorification of Indian IP system. Like a few examples I want to quote here, like Make in India is one of that, Startup India, Skill India. We have again and national policy. We have a cell for collaborating with the government ministries. And yes, these are some of you can say a changing status shift to IPR from last so many years. So here still few things which I have covered in my slide that are more related to acquisition and management of RPI, although I have covered this while I'm talking about it. So protecting an protecting an invention is only one way of many roles that IPR may play innovative firms. And further, we blocking of rivals from patenting related innovation, signaling of current and prospective value to investors, to competitors. These are some particularly the case of new enterprises, as they rely heavily on exploiting intellectual capital in their business model. So protecting an invention is the only one way through this
Excuse
IPR.
me,
Yes,
Niti
ma'am.
ma'am, I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
request you to please sum up your presentation.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sure, ma'am.
Please
So
just
the
highlight
last
your
slide
findings. Yeah. Thank you so much.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the last slide is on the conclusion, which I would like to talk whole of my research. And innovation is a process which begins with the conception of an idea to the launching of new products in the marketplace. And IPR can be used effectively to facilitate this successful innovation. Innovative technology stands a better chance for successful reaching to a marketplace if IP is used strategically. So the conclusion said that assessing the importance of IP in innovation by merely focusing on the patents as input or output of innovation does not render the justice to the significant role that can be played by the other tools of IPI. So a broader approach to this contribution of IP in the innovation is therefore needed. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Parul, for sharing such wonderful research related to IP system and innovation. And now I would like to call Professor Bhavna Sangamnerkar. Bhavna ma'am, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Over to
See,
you.
my screen is visible or not?
Yes. Now, after Bhavna ma'am, I would like to request Dr. Vivek Kaushik be ready. Vivek sir? Vivek sir? After Bhavna ma'am, there is your turn. Are you there? After Vivek Kaushik sir, Professor Gagan Mittal, please be ready.
Okay, so our esteemed chairman, Bishop Chakot, Honorable Director, Simon Ram.
Bhavna ma'am.
Yes.
Bhavna ma'am, you are joined with two devices, I believe. Please put off the mic of any one device.
Sure. Hello, is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So our esteemed chairman, Bishop Chakat Thotumarikal, Honorable Director, Padar Saman Raj, respected Principal, Dr. Sister Alice Thomas, distinguished team of RFI, the session chair, Dr. Dipti Maheshwari, and all intellectual personalities gathered here. A very good afternoon to you all. Here I have Professor Bhavna Sangamnerkar, Assistant Professor Computer Science, sharing my thoughts through my survey paper on major issues of intellectual property and sustainable development.
intellectual property through its passive existence has affected all the domains of knowledge like education, entertainment, then media, art, technology, literature, music, etc. And the role assumed by the property laws has widened over the years. So we should always be thankful to its interaction with other laws and international agreements. It's taken the character of an enabling principle. The same stand true when one says that IP influences sustainable development goals. On the one hand, IP enables expansion by incentivizing innovation, and on the other hand, it also hampers it by blocking innovation. So the sustainable development goals, if I say about, so it specified the interlinkage between the IP and development by providing for a goal to build resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. So WIPO's Director General Francis Guri emphasizing the connection between the two, that he said that IP exists to make an enabling environment for and to stimulate investment and innovation. Also, the UNHRC and thus the WIPO in their joint publication, namely IP and Human Rights, they concluded that appropriate IP protection can contribute to the economic, social, and cultural progress of the world's diverse population. And hence, I must say about the intellectual rights, intellectual property rights is IP are the legally recognized exclusive rights to creation of the mind. In other words, I should say that intellectual property refers to creation of the mind, such as inventions, literary, artistic works, designs, and symbols, names, and images, and etc. So, from comprehensive sustainable development viewpoint, IP might relate to kind of aspect of a country's social, economic, or other type of growth. It impacts is often felt in industrial, health, education, nutrition, biodiversity, and cultural policies. So, in exploring the issues concerning with sustainable development and thus the important changes that have taken place within the IP landscape, we are there presenting in our paper that are drawing particular attention in major international issues foreign to development that are happening in bilateral trade negotiations. So, my paper will thus a survey on understanding the importance of World Trade Organization's agreement on TRIPS, and there I am examining its main features and assess the ways during which it's altered the landscape of IP relations. So, coming through IP reforms, if I'll come for the IPR reforms and cross-border technology diffusion. So here I must add that there seems to be a positive casual impact of IP reforms on inward technology transfer through major channels, but not in the poorest countries. Yeah, in middle income and emerging economies, there are thresholds and complementary effects, like in education and human capital, effective domestic competitions, adequate governance and infrastructure. So, therefore, here, here under the umbrella of IP access of knowledge, so the finding says that patents, trade secrets, and copyrights can play useful roles in facilitating like rights sharing and technology diffusion. But but the international patenting system is not sufficient to intensifying the needed R&D investment and transfer of quasi-public goods. So, nor will it play for localized adoption investments in poor countries. And also, rigorous copyright protection does raise cost of access to publicized material. So, if we have to conclude with the say with this survey, so I must conclude with competition and intellectual property are in many ways aligned since they share common ultimate goals of promoting consumer welfare. Nonetheless, in achieving this purpose, there are new areas of tension constantly arising between them, especially since innovation plays an increasingly relevant role in world trade. To properly confront the challenges that this evolution present, it is very important to analyze the matter actively in depth. This exercise includes understanding the factors of discussion in both a general and a local manner. To do so, it is relevant to consider that both IP and competition have common grounds of analysis in general, but also local peculiarities in each jurisdiction and region, making their interaction different in each country. So there is many more to say on this topic, but time does not permit for the same right now. So here I must conclude with some suggestions for the policymakers, like um, like they have to take further steps to improve domestic investment climates. They have to build R&D capabilities in domestic firms. Then they have to invest in science and technology education more and more. They have to subsidize this research into localized adoption, including with international team of researchers. Then competition maintenance and price regulation has to be done. Then openness to trade and investment to encourage international network linkage should be there. So these are my suggestions, and here are my references from where I have taken some reference to do this research. And that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna ma'am, for covering each and every aspect related to your research. I hope Dipti ma'am would like your research. And now I would like to call Dr. Vivek Kaushik, sir. Dr. Vivek, sir?
Yes, yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you
Are you
for
ready?
giving this opportunity
Yes.
to me, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Just share
Vivek,
it.
sir,
Yes, ma'am,
are
sharing
you
it.
ready? Okay, sir.
Yes,
Over
ma'am.
to you. Yeah.
Thank you. So my slides are visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So I'm Dr. Vivek Kaushik, faculty in Department of Management in St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies. And in this virtual conference, my topic is an overview of intellectual property and vaccine patent by pharmaceutical companies with reference to COVID-19 pandemic. And I know that this is the topic which most of the people would be researching right now, so that as we and society are in need of it, so more and more outcomes can be there with this related issue. So this IP patents gives exclusive rights to the innovator or creator of a specific property, as we know, to enable them to harvest continuous incentives and commercial benefits for long periods. So presently we are in the transition of novel coronavirus, which is a pandemic and is a great threat to humankind. And pharmaceutical companies are approaching to develop treatment and vaccine for the same to support life. And a few had developed vaccine and few are working to provide treatment and vaccination for this killer disease. So as Pharmaceutical companies also have limited resources and due to limiting factors can produce less of vaccine, which cannot fulfill the need of our and there and here in case whole world's population need to be vaccinated, even in the poor countries who will be not able to not only produce but buy it from the richer companies. So patent right is a hurdle in this step to move in the above thoughtful approach. And this paper, along with the intellectual property right in pharma companies, has also discussed the possibilities of giving up the patents by the vaccine manufacturers to conditionally share technology and their research and development to enable supply as required. So here, literature review was also articles, informations, and such sort of informations were gathered. And then further objectives and research after research methodology discussion was recorded. So objectives of this research paper is to know the need and importance of patent in the pharmaceutical companies and to determine whether pharmaceutical companies should give up their patent right for social cause in special conditions. So the study is qualitative in nature and is conducted by observing and analyzing already present information and consider the facts of previous available literature. And the information related to the IPR and patent for pharmaceutical companies and development about the COVID-19 vaccine are collected from the authentic sources and is utilized for the discussion in this research paper. And we know that it is collected from the articles published in journals, newspapers, websites, information, so on. So we know that need is competition is cutthroat, and in this international pharmaceutical industry is also there in this competition. So which is stimulated by scientific knowledge rather than just manufacturing know-how of a companies. And any company's success will be largely reliant on its research and development efforts, especially in this pharmaceutical companies. So therefore, we know that investment in R&D in drug industries are very, very high, and their chances of failures and losses is also at the same time is there. So there is the need for patent if they have discovered something new. And likewise, some other importance need shown by Hayden Evans also in his book that is shown here. And patents can notably reduce the risk of revenue thrashing also and safeguard the pharmaceutical companies' development and their innovation for the future. Because if they will be harvesting incentives for longer time, so they will be keep continuing research and giving new things to the society. So that was the need. And importance also was discussed in the paper point wise, and all the points were elaborated, like protection of the medical invention is there. That's why it is necessary. Then it drives the economic growth and competitiveness of any country in which these companies are doing such immense research and development and providing something new. Then protection of the consumers and families is also there if for to support their life if something new has been brought in for treatment also. Then generate solution for global challenges. Also, there is protection against the potential infringes. The right should not be infringed. And then later discussion was like such, should pharmaceutical companies give up their patent rights of COVID-19 vaccine in this pandemic? So yes, to defense of intellectual property, we know that it is highly debatable. We have seen that it is for the benefit of the companies, those who are investing their time, their money, and so they should have benefit. But in this case, if we are talking about this pandemic, the question arises that whether it is whether this patent should be unharmed during this COVID-19 pandemic, as it prevents the rapid access to the vaccination all over the globe. So certainly no, on humanitarian grounds, the answer would be no, because we are condemning millions of people to die, and also because pathological risks are also very, very high here. So each contagion poses a new risk for a novel coronavirus. We know that it is muting day by day. So each variant and mutation may eventually then later may harm and even may reduce the efficacy of treatment and vaccines. So it is also likely that a fresh mutation has a brutal impact on the health of children also nowadays, as we are listening on in our newspapers and from the research that is being given by the medical association, so who has been to some extent spread from the more deadly impacts of COVID-19 till now. So Now, not only the five, but few other companies have also um, started manufacturing the vaccines for coronavirus. So there are suggestions to temporarily suspend intellectual property right rules related to the COVID-19 vaccines and treatment for human welfare. This should be suspended so that more and more production of vaccination could be done, because if only 5 to 7 or 8 countries will be producing, so they will be, as they have limiting resources, so they could not produce so much of that. And as we have discussed, so many of in WTO councils also, many of the apart from India, South Africa, other countries have also participated to this act, that now we should give up, the company should give up their patent. So as an implication, major steps have been taken in this regard, and we can witness that government and companies in different countries have initiated for sharing process and formulation for mass production and availability of vaccines. So, to conclude, compulsory license fundamentally are nothing new. The TRIPS agreement allows them to granted under convinced condition in addition to an extraordinary situation, and which naturally exists in the case of pandemic. So in principle, if proposal of suspending the patent for COVID-19 vaccine is accepted, or more companies are involved of different countries in the production, sharing the royalty, then it ensures the production of ample of doses of vaccine. When there will be more of companies into the production, it will be helpful in providing vaccines at the lower cost, benefiting not only the people who are suffering, but also the poor nations. And the references were also through the web links are also given here in this paper. So I conclude here. Thanks.
Thank you, Vivek sir.
Yes.
Now I would like to call Professor Gagan Mittal. Gagan sir, are you there?
Hello. Hello,
Yes,
am I
Gagan sir.
audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir, over to you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, Gagan sir.
Okay. So good afternoon, all. I'm Professor Gagan Mittal from St. Paul College, Assistant Professor in Department of Management. Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes, Gagan sir.
Okay. Okay. So the title of my paper is Indian Trademark Law, a study with reference to trade, commerce, and industry. Next is 1 minute, ma'am.
Meanwhile, I request Dr. Ravi Vyas, please be ready.
Yes,
After
ma'am.
Gagan
Sure.
sir.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay. So my title is Indian Trademark Law, a study with reference to trade, commerce, and industry. What is firstly we should know what is intellectual property rights. Intellectual property rights are the rights given to persons over the creation of their mind. They usually give the creator an exclusive right over the use of his or her creation for a certain period of time. Next, what is trademark? Trademark is one of the sort of intellectual property right. A trademark is a visual symbol in a word form or in the form of color, label, applied to product for sale with a view to indicate the consumer that the said product is manufactured by a particular person or organization with a denied source of origin, and subsequently to differentiate that product from that of any other persons or organization's product of similar types and functions. These are the objectives of the study. First, to discuss the evolution of trademark, to discuss the function of trademark, to discuss the importance of trademark law, to discuss the role of trademark in the trade, commerce, and industry sector. The hypothesis: the trademark law helps to protect the goods from illegal activities in trade, commerce, and industry sector. Second, after passing the trademark law, there is less chances to product infringement. Evolution of trademark. The replacement of Trademarks and Mercantile Act of 1958 gave rise to the Trademark Act 1999 by the Government of India, so that the Indian trademark law gets compliant with the TRIPS obligation on the recommendation of WTO, that is World Trade Organization. The objective of 1999 Act was to confirm the protection of to the user of the trademark on his goods and prescribe conditions on the acquisition and legal remedies for enforcement of trademark rights. The Act of 1999 gave police the right to arrest in case of infringement. Importance of trademark law in India. A trademark plays an important role in promoting the goods and provides information about the quality of the product. It enables an enterprise to acquire individual rights, utilize, distribute, or assign a mark. This can be done through trademark registration. India is a huge competitive market for business and company owners where there are vast numbers of new yet identical brand products that keep emerging every day. Here, protecting your brand becomes necessary to prevent nobody else taking the advantages of your name or brand. मीन्स ट्रेडमार्क मैम ट्रेडमार्क तो होता है एक अपना एक पर्टिकुलर सिंबल होता है जिसके द्वारा आप अपने किसी प्रोडक्ट को अपने ब्रांड को आप सेव कर सकते हैं सो दैट नोबडी कैन यूज और नोबडी कैन यूज अदर साइड ऑफ उसका कोई अनड्यू एडवांटेजेस नहीं ले सकता. Functions of trademarks is it identifies the product and its origin. Identification देता है आपके product को. It proposes a guarantee its quality. It advertises the product. The trademark represents the product. It creates an image of the product in the minds of the public, particularly the consumer or the prospective consumer of such goods. To identify goods or services of one seller and separate them from goods or services sold to others. The importance of trademark in the trade, commerce, and industry sector. In a single brand or logo, trademark can convey intellectual and emotional attributes and messages about you, your company, and your company's reputation, products, and services. Trademark makes it easy for customer to point you. The marketplace is crowded and it's hard to distinguish your business from your competitor. Trademarks allow businesses to effectively utilize the internet and social media. Some findings. With trademark registration, a label, brand, or business can manage to gain an extreme amount of exclusivity. Also, the customer can and target audience tell or uniquely identify your products and services and differentiate them from those offered by your competitors in the market. Means it differs from other products. When a trademark exists for a brand or business, the value of its products and services increases exceptionally and automatically. Additionally, it becomes comparatively easier to advertise, promote, or market a brand with its corresponding registered trademark. For having a competitive edge and advantages over your potential rival, it is essential to go ahead with getting your trademark registered. As a crucial business element, the trademark adds to the value of the brand and increases awareness. Some suggestions. A trademark must be a mark which includes a device, heading, brand, label, ticket, signature, word, letter, name, numeral, packaging or combination of colors or any combination of the above attributes. It should be easy to speak and spell. A good trademark is such that the public can easily spell and speak. It should be easy to remember. It should not be too lengthy and complicated to be forgotten easily. It must be distinctive. It can be natural distinctiveness or acquired distinctiveness. The best trademarks are invented words or coined words or unique. It can only be suggestive of the quality of the product but not descriptive. And the conclusion is there. It is obvious that management of IP and IPR is a multi-dimensional task and calls for many different action strategies which needs to be aligned with the national laws and international treaties and practices. It is no longer driven purely by a national perspective. IP and its associated rights are seriously influenced by the market needs, market response, cost involved in transition, commercial venture, and so on. In other words, trade and commerce consideration are important in the management of IPR. Different forms of IPR demand different treatment, handling, planning, and strategies, and engagement of persons with different domain knowledge such as science, engineering, medicine, law, finance, marketing, economics. Each industry should evolve its own IP policies, management style, strategies, etc. These are the bibliography. This is from my side. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Gagan sir, for such a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to call Dr. Ravi Vyas.
Yes, ma'am.
After Ravi sir, Rahat sir, please be ready.
Ma'am, is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, Meghna ma'am.
Yes, sir. Under
So,
your guidance.
yes, thank you so much, ma'am. So, very good afternoon to the session chair. Very good afternoon to all the presenters. Now, my paper is focused on intellectual property right and competition law, whether they are contesting or contesting, consenting or contesting. This is the theme of my paper. Why I'm taken this paper, that later on we can go and we can search for it and we will look after it. Now, first of all, this is the abstract. You know that many presenters before me have clearly described the TRIPS and GET agreement and how this intellectual property right comes under TRIPS and how intellectual property rights gives a right of monopoly for an inventor and a wholesale right is available to the inventor. But the thing is that that invention should be used first of all for the benefit of the society, and that is for the reason not to misuse the intellectual property right in another way. Competition law has come into force in India in 2002. So today we'll discuss upon the thing that whether IPR and Competition Act are taking over each other or both goes side by side. So these are the keywords: IPR, TRIPS, Competition, Indian Companies Act, etc. Now, the introduction part, you know that intellectual property right is a right which is given to the creator. It is just like this: in the morning, Bishop Swamiji told, if you have 1,000 rupees in your pocket, that will be the ownership of yourself only. Nobody else can steal that. The second is competition law. Actually, competition law comes into force to regulate market competition and to prevent anti-competition behavior which presents in any economy. So the rejection of the license, the illegal tie-ups, we can say the anti-competitive tie-ups, or the dominance of monopoly, cartel conduct, this will be regulated by the competition law of India. Now, this research focuses on how the growth of intellectual property rights can serve for more better for the benefit of the society, and how the competition law can take play its role whenever this intellectual property right holder misuses the right of the same. Now, rationally, or the objective of the study is, with increasing consumerism, there is a positive pressure on the producers to regularly innovate and develop their products. This is an advantage to the people who involve in innovation and invention, as they have monopoly right for their creation. But on the other hand, it gives an opposing situation for easy availability of the product for mass production. Hence, the competition law guards customers and consumers. But there is a very thin line of demarcation between the interface of the two disciplines, whether these two disciplines are merging on the some way or they have overlapping each other. So next one will be the research methodology. The present study is a conceptual one. The data is gathered from studying various research papers, books, journals, laws, case laws, legal judgment, and official website. The information is processed and presented in a desired manner. These are the literature reviews. A lot of literature review has been conducted for this present study. And first of all, I'll be discussing about the safeguarding of intellectual property right under Competition Act itself. That means the Competition Act clearly says that the holder of the intellectual property right has been given a safeguard, we can say a blanket under Section 3, subsection 5, definition of para number 1. That is, the holder of IPR can use conditions of reasonable use in the contract when he enters into the licensing and other type of thing. So it has a coverage. It gives an exceptional right to the innovator to execute a reasonable condition in the agreement for safeguarding the license to secure their intellectual property right. This power may be seen as the position of dominance of the IPR holder, but for the country like India, it is a need of giving a balanced approach for the powers to both innovators and to the license holder for the uninterrupted economic growth. So in short, it can be resolved that a justifiable monopoly power should be given, not the abuse of the power should be there. Remarkably, the same reasonable monopoly power of the patent right holder is defined under Patent Act 1970 as per section 83 F and G. The act is clearly mentioning the patent rights is not an abuse by the patentee or the person deriving such title to work in such a way that it may harm the trade adversely, and the patent rights are approved to make the advantage of the patented invention available at the reasonable price to the community. So these are the points given for the safeguard of the intellectual property right. Now where the divergence comes, where this divergence comes under section Competition Act under section 2002. So there was a working group which was constituted by the Planning Commission of India to study the competition policy in India in 2007, and in their report para 5.1.7 they say that all forms of IP may likely raise competition problem. This is because IP provides exclusive right to the holder to engage in commercial or producing activities enjoying the patronage with the available right on intellectual property. This right is known as the dominance right, or we can say the monopoly right of the holder. In the same report under the para 5.1.8 pointed out that there is a situation of contradiction between intellectual property right and the competition policy rules. The supremacy, underlining point is that the supremacy of the competition law will be prevail as per IPR shrinks competition, and competition law expand the scope of the healthy competition. Anti-competitive trade practices are very essential for the growth of the economy and for the wider interest of public. Now, continuing to this part, under section 4, subsection 1 of Indian Companies Act 2002, it says no enterprise shall abuse its dominant position. Section 4.4, subsection 2, para A and B says there shall be an abuse of the dominant position under subsection 1 if enterprise directly or indirectly imposes unfair or discretionary condition in purchase or sale of goods or services, limits or restricts production of the goods or production of the services or market, therefore, or technical or scientific development relating to the goods or services to the prejudice of the consumer. Further, this section 4.1 para D and E says market conclusion of contracts subject to the acceptance by other parties of the supplementary obligations which by their name or according to the commercial use have no connection with the subject of such contract as uses of its dominant position in one or the relevant market entered into or protects in other relevant markets. So from the above discussion, it is very clear that the holder of intellectual property right has the best right over his or her creation or innovation, but on the same time he should not or she should not misuse the monopoly right given under IP. Whenever it is observed that the such right is misused, then competition law will come into force to stop it. Now we have some case laws or caselets here. So here it is under the case, a judgment was given in a case of Valal Puruman and others versus Godfrey Phillips India Limited. The court stated that the trademark owner has right to use it in a reasonable way as per the terms and conditions mentioned at the time of grant of trademark, but the trademark owner should not abuse the trademark and it not allowed to manipulate, distort or contravene it. Another remarkable judgment was given in the case of American Production Private Limited versus Union of India. The court of law laid that the Competition Commission of India has the power to deal with the case of intellectual property right with what can be contested before copyright board and can also contest before the Competition Commission India 2002, has overriding effect over the legislation for the timing in the courts. And another case of Kingfisher versus Competition Commission of India, the Bombay High Court gives a decision that all the defenses which are raised before copyright board can also be raised before the Competition Commission of India. Hence, competition law does not have any bar of application over other laws. So through this discussion, it is clear that intellectual property rights is a right associated with an individual person, whereas competition policy is a rule for every individual. The former has the characteristics of a right on property, whereas the latter has a characteristic of duty for the law for a smooth functioning of the state. No doubt, an innovator has to work with huge labor and perseverance to give shape to his or her creation. Such expression must need honor and reward, but recompenses should not be at the price of unethical dominance of the position, which affects welfare of the society at large and hinders economic growth. Thus, whenever it appears that intellectual property right is hurdling in fair competition, then the law will come to rescue the society. So these are the references I have used in my study, and thank you for your endurance listening.
Thank you, Ravi sir, for your quick and updated information, and we really liked your presentation. Now I
Thank you
would
so
like
much.
to call, yes sir. Now I would like to call Professor Rahat Ahmed. Sir, Rahat sir, are you there? Sir, please unmute your mic.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So good afternoon to all the intellectuals present today on this virtual platform. And good afternoon to the session chair, Dr. Deepti Maheshwari. I'm Professor Rahat Ahmed from St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies from Department of Humanities. This is going to be my second paper presentation. And the topic for today's presentation is intellectual property rights and human rights. Going to be very brief and concise because as instructed, not more than 5 minutes, and I believe almost all the paper presenters are going beyond 8 to 10 minutes. So please permit me, I shall be very brief and concise, and I shall be a little bit fast. So to live is the right of every individual. In order to live with dignity, certain basic rights and freedoms are necessary, which all human beings are entitled to. These basic rights are called human rights, which plays a very pivotal role in individuals' life. Human rights demand recognition and respect for the inherent dignity to ensure that everyone is protected against abuses which undermine their dignity and give the opportunities they need to realize their full potential free from any discrimination. Human rights include civil and political rights such as the freedom to expression, the right to freedom of religion and conscience, the right to property, the right to freedom of assembly, the right to privacy, the right to vote. Human rights cover some economic and social rights as well. The right to an adequate standard of living, the right to adequate food, housing, water, and sanitation. The rights you have at work, sexuality, gender, race, religion, or age. The foundation of modern human rights is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The 30 articles of the Declaration were adopted in 1948 by the United Nations General Assembly, and over time, these have been integrated into national laws and international treaties. The core values of this UDHR is human dignity, fairness, equality, non-discrimination apply to everyone, everywhere. Thus, a legal framework about child prostitution, that is the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child 1990, which defines child prostitution as sexual exploitation of a child below the age of 18 for remuneration in cash. Next, I have the laws against trafficking in India. The trafficking of persons, that is prevention, protection, and rehabilitation bill, that is 2017, was drafted in order to bring new reforms and additions to the currently existing measures against trafficking. The bill is to identify various aggravated forms of trafficking and bestows a 10-year imprisonment penalty for those indulging in such practices. My question arises here, but what has happened so far? Have we succeeded in curbing this menace? How long the life of these budding buds will continue to be ruined, and how long we are going to be stereotyped? A big question to be answered. Historical development of human rights. Human rights are the rights a person has simply because he or she is a human being. Human rights are held by all persons equally, universally, and forever. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. It is said that human beings have an inherent value which is not found in inanimate objects. To violate a human right would therefore be a failure to recognize the worth of human life. Human right is a concept that has been constantly evolving throughout human history. They have been closely knitted to the laws, customs, castes, creeds, and religions since long. Have these all become obsolete now? In present scenario, are humans required to prove themselves as human beings, or with the passage of time they have become vulgar and ruining the chastity? Do these people have any fear? Is there any law which can curb them and thus make the opposite sex free to live? Great emphasis has been placed on international conventions and their implementation in order to ensure adherence to a universal standard of acceptability. With the advent of globalization and the introduction of new technology, these principles gain importance not only in protecting human beings from the ill effects of change, but also in ensuring that all are allowed a share of the benefits. The impact of several changes in the world today on human rights has been both negative and positive. In particular, the risks posed by advancements in science and technology may severely obstruct the implementation of human rights if not handled carefully. However, the efficacy of the mechanism in place today has been questioned in the light of blatant human rights violation and disregard for basic human dignity in nearly all countries in one or the other form. In many cases, those who are to be blamed cannot be brought to book because of political considerations or equations, etc. When such violations are allowed to go unchecked, they often increase in frequency and intensity, usually because perpetrators feel that they enjoy immunity from punishment. Right to clean environment, a basic human right. At present, all of us, all over the globe, face grave environmental problems. The continuing deterioration of Earth's ecological reserves poses a serious threat to the pollution-free environment. Who is to be blamed for this? Educated, non-educated, literate, or illiterate? The biggest challenge is being faced by our generation is to maintain a workable synergy between sustainable economic development and pollution-free environment. Next, women's rights are human rights. The world has never yet seen a truly great and virtuous nation because in the degradation of women, the very fountains of life are poisoned at their source. As a gender and an integral part of humanity, women have suffered much without any fault of their own. They have toiled and contributed ceaselessly. They have labored and produced continuously, and they have been discriminated invariably. The women have suffered so much for merely being women from all recognized social institutions that have existed so far that if we dare write a book on the tortures, the cruelty, and the biases they have faced, it may run into hundreds of volumes. If we try to trace the origin of this sorry state of affairs, we will find that the discrimination had already started when the society was in its embryonic stage. It cannot, however, be denied that all this progress would still have left women in the inferior sect had they not vehemently fought for their own rights. I conclude, human rights have a projection of universality, but as a matter of ground reality, they are not the same for all people and societies. For some, especially the well-advanced, they are predominantly matters of civil and political liberty, while for others, they are just matters of survival. All humanity is one undivided and indivisible family, and each one of us is responsible for the misdeeds of all others. I cannot keep myself segregated from the wickedest soul. Protective discrimination is the policy of granting special privileges to the downtrodden and the underprivileged sections of society, most commonly women. These are affirmative action programs most visible in and around India. The practice is most prominent in India, where it has been enshrined in the Constitution and institutionalized. Thank you very much for being a careful listener. Thank you very much.
Rahat sir, thank you so much for your punctual presentation. We really like it, and we will become like you. And here I'm going to announce Amrita. Amrita Mary, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Amrita, over to you.
Okay. Let me share my screen.
Sure.
Ma'am, is my screen is visible?
Your screen is not visible, Amrita. Hello. Yes,
Hello,
now
ma'am.
it is. Now it is. Yes, it is working. Yeah.
Is my PPT is visible, ma'am? Is my
Yes,
PPT
Amrita.
is visible?
No,
No,
ma'am.
it is not exactly. It is, I think, working.
Okay, ma'am.
Your screen is visible, like home page and all that.
Okay.
But exactly not PPT is visible.
Okay. I think I should reconnect it.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can do that.
Okay.
So by that time, Chetna ma'am, will you start your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I will.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, dear participants, like our session chair has one another program. She has to attend at 3:15 because she is the convener of the same program in her university. So, ma'am, Deepti ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Would be there till Chetna ma'am presents?
Sir, I am ready, sir.
Yes, Deepti ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah.
So
I am
you
here.
what I wanted to tell other participants that you have your another program at your university.
Yeah, yes,
So
sir.
you have to join that also. So ma'am will be leaving us like 3:15. Ma'am was saying she was so generous that she has accepted our invitation for that. So ma'am, as per your convenience, you can tell us whenever you are wanted to leave.
How many presenters will left?
Ma'am, still
How
there
many?
are five. Five are there.
5 are there.
Yes,
Sir, so actually, I will start my program till the timing is 4 p.m. So please permit me.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, no issues, ma'am.
Yeah,
We are
actually.
so we are so
Your paper,
happy.
I just give the conclusion and the regard.
Yes.
I have seen 10 papers, 10 to 12, 10 to 11 papers. The way of presentation of all presenters were very good, and they have covered all the things which is related with the innovation and patent and copyright and carpooling. Everything is there, and it's this type of papers definitely will fruitful or our society also in future, and they all are related with the sustainable goal 9. Actually today we have a one webinar on that particular sustainable development goal 9, because nowadays environment protection it's very required now, is very required, and being a academician, this is our responsibility also. We will also support, we will also do some contribution to update, to clean our environment. So So I congratulate entire team of organizers, RFI and SPIS College for this wonderful international conference. And I hope all papers will be very fruitful to our society, to our achieving for our goal. So that's very good. And I congratulate to RFI and all your team also once again. Thank you so much from my side. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your generous expressions.
Yeah, thank you, Ajay sir. Thank you, Dr. Ajay sir. Thank you so much, and for this opportunity. And definitely, actually, I am a chief editor, one National General Shudhaitan. So anytime if anybody wants to send a paper for the Shudhaitan, it's a 6 monthly journal. After 6 months, we will publish again. If this time we will publish the all articles related with the women entrepreneurship. Because nowadays I am a chairperson of Women Development Cell, Rabindranath Tagore University, or I am doing this type of webinar for our society and for especially for ladies. Actually, I thought one lady make a 2 homes, so just because of that, this type of initiative I'll taking in my always taking in our university. Financial literacy, and I am a Bhopal Management Association member. So there is a one committee on women empowerment. So definitely we will all do in collaboration with RFI and colleges do some this type of conferences and webinar on this topic. Or nowadays it is very fruitful to all of us. And thank you RFI whole team, Ajay sir. Ashok Gupta sir, Saurabh sir, Manish sir especially. Actually, Manish sir is connected with the RFI. So thank you entire team and thank you SPSS College and Indore. This wonderful initiative. Thank you to all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dipti Maheshwari ma'am, for your suggestion, for your guidance, for everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can I move forward?
Yeah, please carry on.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amrita Mary Lucas. I have 30 months of industrial experience. I am a beginner in research and a teaching aspirant. Today, my topic is green entrepreneurship, its charms and challenges. We all know that the Industrial Revolution causes industrial goods usage in our day-to-day life, and our living pattern of changed. With that, population also exploded to a level which causes pollution, environmental degradation, greenhouse gas effect, global warming, ice floods, etc. That means overall Earth's climate is changed. So not only green entrepreneurship, but the green living is the need of the hour, or conservation of natural resource along with the usage of the eco-friendly products. Berley, in his book in 1991, Business Opportunities That Can Save the Earth and Make You Money, that was the name of his book, introduces the concepts of environmental preservation, recycling, and renewable energy. He also states one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Therefore, Berley raises the discussion about green entrepreneurship for the first time. We can call him as the father of green entrepreneurship. But green entrepreneurship is a relatively new and emerging concept, especially in developing countries like our country, where it is not applied extensively. What is entrepreneurship? It is the act of being an entrepreneur, or one who undertakes innovations, demonstrates finance and business acumen in an effort to transform innovations into economic goods. This may result in a new organization or may be part of revitalizing mature organizations. Green entrepreneurship is the term associated with a business which is concerned about environment-friendly business. In business sense, the term is related to eco-friendly products or green products. It is also called as eco-entrepreneurship. Green entrepreneurship gives more ideas to save the nature from the destruction. In an Indian context, the concept of going green is appreciated by very few companies. Green entrepreneurs have high risks in their career to implement their business and make them known to society. Some characteristics of them are attract the customers. Green entrepreneurs should make the customer understand about the benefit of consuming the green products in the business. Many customers will think about the green products will cost much. We know that organic food items cost much. So the ordinary customers think that the green products will cost much to buy, but the green entrepreneurs should make not that they have to encourage the customer that purchasing the green products will give them positive impact rather than a negative cost effect. Renovation of knowledge. They should be updated as they have high risk in the market. And also many competitive products, they have to develop themselves, like reading the business news, attending the conferences, taking lectures in seminars, etc. That is, for a green entrepreneurs, continuous learning is a must. The green entrepreneurs have to give much importance to skill-based practices that makes them to be an effective one in the green business. Perpetuation of market. For traditional businesses, the product lines are also always available. The distributors, the retailers are always available. But for a new one, it is very difficult to how to make the business sustain in the market. The distribution of the products and services should reach the customer in a feasible way and a cost. As it is green business, the green entrepreneurs have to give more importance to the packing and transporting the products to another place without any damage, and also the wastage of the materials should be highly reduced. Charms of green entrepreneurship. First one is environment prosperity. It directly gives its benefits to the environment. It makes its impact by reducing the global warming and climate change. Also, they implement new and different ideas to the customers and run the business. Benefit for the business. For green entrepreneurship, generally public support is high. For developed countries, the public support is more high. Green entrepreneurs can directly develop the public relations to execute new ideas to the customers. Green products do not contain much wasted materials in the production process. So the government also likes them. Opportunities for improving business. Green entrepreneurs enjoys the support of non-profitable organizations, government agencies, etc. So the opportunity to get sponsorship from them is increased. Government incentives. Our EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, is strict with the business organizations to reduce the pollution in the manufacturing process. In green business, there is no pollution in the process and there will be less wastage materials. So the government can provide incentives to the green entrepreneurs to highlight the business in the society and can also provide the benefit for the people. Customer satisfaction. The local customer, the customers who resides near the manufacturing facility will have the better perception about the company as the surroundings are not impacted, environmentally impacted. That is, there is no pollution, so they will like them. Challenges of green entrepreneurship. Expenses. The starting cost as well as the running cost is very high for green entrepreneurs. The value creations in every steps of the value chain is very expensive. So the savings will be very less for them, as well as the time factor. This process will consume much time in the business. The entrepreneurs has to learn the green technology and he should study how to innovate the technology. So the entrepreneurs has to consider that his product should not contain any environmental impact. In ordinary businesses, the decision-making process will be quite fast, but in green businesses, it takes much time to take the decision. As well as the lack of awareness about eco-friendly products in the community, and also to the investment community is a challenge for green entrepreneurship. We know that there is only limited existing green infrastructure, the technology, limited knowledge of green technology, and limited existing green technology working machines. So these also are the challenges of green entrepreneurship. Also, there is a low demand for green products in some areas. Limited knowledge of green entrepreneurship also are the challenges. From these findings, the suggestions are enhancing green skills. That is, training and knowledge and experience that can be utilized in adapting technology or materials that minimize environmental hazard. That can be increase the green skills of the entrepreneur, and he can use his these skills to grow his business. Incubators of innovation. There are so many incubators developed by the government of India as well as the state governments. But if this platform for incubation runs more vigorously, then innovative ideas before they are set in motion need to be established, and that can be discussed among the incubators themselves and create a more innovative product. Public-private community partnership. A symbiotic relationship is the cornerstone of sustainability of green entrepreneurs. The triad can provide, that is, the public-private community triad can provide the required mechanism for leveraging innovation, technological adaptation, and scalability to reach the bottom of the pyramid. This triad can also increase the employment opportunities in the local place. So the unemployment problem will also be reduced. Policy designing. Policy initiatives go a long way in generating confidence among the entrepreneurs and potential to initiate into green ventures. It will create more jobs also. The government has to conduct mass communication towards the public so that raise public awareness about the green products and its advantages to the society and environmental protection. Government has to establish a green society corporation and develop the appropriate institutional factors in order to encourage the entrepreneurs of green business. Institutional factors for financial support and absence of mortgage-free loans. This factor deters a lot of young entrepreneurs from undertaking a risk in the uncharted territories. By that, I am concluding. Thank you so much.
Okay, Amrita ma'am, thank you so much for your presentation. Now, Chetna madam, are you there? Chetna ma'am? I think she has left the meeting.
No,
Chetna ma'am? Okay, yeah. Are you ready? Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Over to you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Dr. Chetna Dubey, Associate Professor from Department of Humanities. My topic is Intellectual Property Rights and Welfare of Human Society. So intellectual property rights, IPR, have been defined as an idea, inventions, and creative expressions based on which there is a public willingness to bestow the status of property. IPR provides certain exclusive rights to the inventors or creators of that property in order to enable them to reap commercial benefits from their creative efforts or reputation. There are several types of intellectual property protection like patent, copyright, trademark, etc. Patent is a recognition for an invention which satisfies the criteria of global novelty, non-obviousness, and industrial application. IPR is a prerequisite for being identification, planning, commercialization, rendering, and thereby the protection of invention or creativity. Each industry should evolve its own IPR policies, management styles, strategies, and so on. depending on its area or specially welfare. It is a type of government support intended to ensure that members of the society can meet basic human needs such as food and shelter. In the welfare of state, the state assumes responsibility for the health, education and welfare of society, providing a range of social services such as those described. From an UNDP, that is United Nations Development Program perspective, human welfare is primarily a matter of education, health and income, as reflected in HDL, that is Human Development Index, a composite of three social welfare variables. So, objectives are: it helps in protecting the ownership and originality of the individual's creation. It provides recognition to the concerned person or authority. It allows owners of intellectual property to have financial benefits from the property they have created. They have provided financial incentives for the creation of, and also to incur the cost of investment in intellectual property. Such rights motivates individuals' creativity, and this also contributes to economic growth. It can also offer some economic aid to the holder of the right through the monopoly of their creations. It improves the financial status of the individual as well as the economy of the country. So, importance of intellectual property rights are: intellectual property rights supports high-paying jobs. Strong enforced intellectual property rights protects consumers and families. Intellectual property rights encourage innovation and reward entrepreneurs. Intellectual property rights help generate backgrowth solution of global challenges. And intellectual property rights steps for some steps are there for application of patent. Those are government fees for forms and renewals. If you choose to have an agent, then the charges for the professional. It is always recommended to get patent through the registered agent. Here are some steps to required apply for the patent. So I am getting a little bit short. So now I'll go to conclusion. It is obvious that management of IP and IPR is a multi-dimensional task and calls for many different actions and strategies which need to be aligned with national laws and international treaties and practices. It is no longer driven purely by the by national perspective. IP and its associate rights are seriously influenced by the market needs, market responses, cost involved, and translating IP into the commercial venture, and so on. In other words, trade and commerce considerations are important in the management of IPR. Different from IPR demand different treatment, handling, planning, and strategies and engagements of a person with different domain knowledge such as science, engineering, medicines, law, finance, marketing, and economics. So therefore, the provisions related to the penalty have been incorporated by the Patents Act 1970 to safeguard the prevent patent from being illegally misused or exploited, and also to preserve the interest of the patentee who have exclusive rights over the invention which has been granted to a patent. The Act prescribes as well as the punishment for the offences committed under the Act. The panel consequences are important for the larger interest of the society and the patentee to ensure respect of the law. The provisions of the penalty under the Act provide the beneficiaries with the real and effective remedy for the violation of their rights. Therefore, panel sanctions have purpose of mainly serves to protect the interest of the patient's exclusive rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Chetna ma'am. Thank you, Chetna ma'am. It's a very wonderful presentation from your side. And now I would like to call Professor Anantaraj Manoj to come and present his paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, my screen is visible for you.
No, sir, not yet. Now it is working. Yes. Now it is visible.
Yes, ma'am. A very warm good afternoon for everyone. And I'm very grateful to be here to present the paper in the international virtual conference. My paper is about an empirical study on the intellectual property of space, space policies, and need of private space market in India. So I am Professor Anantraj Manoj, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, SWIFT Indore. And let us go to the introduction. The space has intensified an interest in the mankind for centuries. In fact, even when you go for the olden era, they are very interested to see the stars. Astrology identified the movement of stars and everything. More we explore the space, more we discover the new things inside it. And if you go for the different countries, other developed countries, they already fortified their positions in outer space. They have established themselves to be some in one's positions by creating a space station or sending a satellites. And India, when we come to the India, our nation, it is involved the space activities since the first launch of Aryabhatta satellite on 19th April 1975. It is in Russia, not in India. But this was the satellite which was launched in Russia in 1975. After that, so we are managed to launch our first indigenous satellite 18th July 1980 at Satish Dhawan Space Center, Sriharikota, Andhra Pradesh. The name was Rohini RS-1. And initially we can see this was the struggle we have faced in our space market. This was the rockets and satellites were carried with the help of bicycles and bullock carts. But now we are in a position to launch the PSLV C-51, which is launched on latest. It was launched latest by 28 February 2021 in the same area, Satish Dhawan Space Center, Sriharikota, Andhra Pradesh. And we are able to design our own vehicles. We are able to design our own rocket engines and technologies and fuels, what we are going to use to propel the satellites. And this has happened because of ISRO and made the possible of space technology and made our the nation, to keep one of the superpowers we can see in the market of the space market. But whereas when we compare to the countries like US, Russia, China, France, and those countries are already entered into the space market. Of course, they allowed the private sector to enter into the space market. And of course, now India is also encouraging the space market because nowadays we can see by 2021, end of the 2021, we can see about 40 startup companies will be there emerged in the space market, which are private sector. When there exists a technical, financial, and intellectual transactions between the nations, because we are able to see the first satellite is emerged, we are propelled in Russia, that means in another country, Indian satellite in another country. We can see recently we have launched 104 satellites, which are from the various different nations. Of course, even the US, which are having a NASA, also is asking Indian ISRO satellites to send the satellites with the help of the Indian rockets. That means there are some transactions exist. When the commerce exists, obviously there exists a needs of law to be implemented. So let us have a brief note about the international law on the outer spaces. I'm not going to very deep, but these are the things which are very common. We can discuss about the international law and outer spaces. First one is about Outer Space Treaty, which is done in 1967. Actually, it was done based on that the space should not be used for any unpeaceful explorations. So no military activities, or we should not keep any weapons which mass destruction will be happened. Nothing to be done. So my PPT is going off, or it is stagnant. Can I know that?
It is on first page only, sir. First slide only.
Okay, sir. Actually, it is here. Okay, sir. Let me do like this without sharing my without going for the presentations. Yeah.
No issue, sir.
Yes. This is the Outer Space Treaty. 1967 happened, and no celestial bodies cannot be used for any illegal things, like keeping the mass destruction weapons over there or military activities over there. And coming to the next argument, next agreement, the rescue agreement, it is about the astronauts. For example, when the astronauts from NASA, maybe they may manage to get down on the Earth's surface, maybe near Bay of Bengal. So the Indian government or ISRO need to help the astronauts. Maybe they are not belongs to India, but there is agreement that is to be rescue the astronauts and for the arrivals on the objects which is propelled into the space. So everything to be if under the agreement, to be under the contract with the other nations. And to the liability conventions 1972, it says about if we are able to launch any objects and after propelling these objects and they fall into the on the earth, means on the ground, if any damage occurs, then in that situations that state or a country which is launching that particular rocket is responsible for the particular damage which is to be which is occurred. So recently we are threatened with the Chinese rocket which may be fall on the mainland, but fortunately it went to the Indian Ocean. And coming to the registration convention, it says about each and every objects, whatever the object which is to be propelled outside the Earth's orbit or on the Earth's orbit, it is to be registered, and the register should be will be under the General Secretary, General of United Nations of organizations, which is established for the registry purpose. And finally, go to the Moon Agreement, that it says that all the celestial bodies, including Moon and other celestial bodies like other planets or other asteroids, whatever it may be, which is out of the space, they are no inheritance with any humanity. So it is for the general purpose. For example, if Chandrayaan 1 went there and taken the pictures, and India cannot claim that all the pictures belongs to India. So it is a purpose that there is an agreement, that like a Moore agreement, we can see that this property will be shared with the other nations whenever they require. And coming to the policies which are implemented in India, the policies for the satellite communications in India, which is in 2000, if you discussed about that one, there was a different several subcommittees were happened, and till then we are following the rules and regular laws which are bounded to the outer space law, which is done in the US by the UN. And later, we also came to know that yes, it is needed for the privatizations to be included in the development of nation, the development of space technology. So there is a need for that to implement some policies out there. So for that, in 2000, there was a policy determined that in SATCOM, yes, yes, sir. I will conclude very quickly. And this is for the private companies to encourage them into the satellite networking And the second policy, it is for the remote data sensing policy, which is actually done for the data distribution among the different for the maintaining, for authorizations, for acquisition, dissemination, for every whatever the data we need. So for this particular policy is used for that, and for the technology transfer policy by ISRO, and it says that basing on this one, we are now going for the policy, space policy. And because it is saying that many uh, satellite segments like radars, rockets, engines, batteries, and everything can be outsourced, can be taken from the other companies also. And need of the private companies in in India, if you go with that. So according to the Euroconsult, 2009 and 2018, there are 230 satellites were launched. And 19 to 28, they're expected that 990 satellites will be launched for every year. That is, next 10 years, we are going to launch 9,900 satellites. That is a 4 times increasing in the amount of satellites that is to be launched by 2028 when compared to the other previous decade. So, for instance, we can see this is aerospace companies and government that is owned even by the government owned and the private sector. Together, we can see in USA there are 271 companies were there. In China, there were 25, Russia 19, and in India, there are 10 companies are there. We know that ISRO is the only company, is a governmental organization which is taking care of the space market. But now, after emerging of these new policies, new companies are also entered into the space market. And if you go with the account of rockets propelled in the year 2018 till this year, we can say 2020, we can see the ratios even in the pandemic year also. China manage to propel 39 rockets, where we can see that 2 rockets were being propelled by India. And these quantities, which really directly or indirectly influence the space market, and this we can say that it is very these statistics will clearly understand that significance of space bill to be implemented in the private sector, in the space market. I will go with the conclusion. And finally, we can see this is a India is a truly developing nation, no doubt in that, and it is playing a vital role in the international space technologies, and it is very needed for to implement the proper intellectual laws. For example, in 2019, India had launched more than 300 satellites from the various nations. Various nations always the transactions will include the laws. So there were more than 40 startups in India in early 2021. We can see, and different stages. So these are the other in with different stages. So there is a need. There is a need of a space bill to be implemented in India and to be organized. And I will conclude with the references, and I will conclude with the quotation given by APJ Abdul Kalam. Every pen gives a lesson, and every lesson changes a person. So we have paying over many years in the space technologies without having a proper law, intellectual property laws. And now it is a lesson for us to change ourselves to become a new person. Thank you for this. Thank you for giving this opportunity for everyone.
Thank you, Manoj sir, for delivering this speech and for presenting this beautiful PPT with us. And yes, we all know no pain, no gain. So here at this juncture, I would like to call Dr. Avinash Yadav sir. Are you there, Avinash sir?
Yes, madam.
Sir, please welcome.
Am I audible, madam?
Yes, absolutely.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
I am Dr. Avinash Yadav, Department of Physical Education and Sports, St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies. My topic is intellectual properties, rights and sports industry. Intellectual property or IP can be considered as indefinable innovation arise out of human intellect. Copyrights, patent, and trademarks generally comes under intellectual property, but this list is long is in some countries. In modern sports, creativity and innovation ideas are responsible for its exponential growth in terms of popularity and revenue generation. The technology used to imagine and create shoes comes under patent, while the outer look of a sports gear in protected under design. Similarly, companies' logo and board broadcasting rights are also protected under intellectual property. This paper discusses the intellectual property rights in sports industry. The main aim of intellectual property rights is to protect the creative work. Various rights are available for protection of wide variety of intellectual property. For explain invention and discovery comes under patents. Brands such as Nike comes under trademarks, while particular design is also protected under intellectual property. The sports broadcasters can claim copyright protection. Basically, intellectual property shuns other to copy the design or technology of a product without permission. This gives economic boost to innovators as they get paid for their creation. Majority of the IP rights are given for a limited duration and often subject to fulfilling the certain criteria. There are few exceptions in intellectual property rights, as sometimes one can use limited information without having to take permission from actual IP right holders. IP lies at the heart of the huge commercial opportunities offered by the world of sports. IP rights, especially patents, trademarks, and broadcasting rights, and the legal protection they give help to secure the economic value of sports. This in turn stimulate growth of the sports industry, enable sporting organization to finance high profile sports event, and provides the means to promote sports development. Business transactions related to sponsorship, broadcasting, and media deals are all built on IP rights. The sports industry has a growing impact on the world economy, creating jobs, investing in public infrastructure, and mobilizing resources. Another important element in the decisions of intellectual property uh, valuation and protection in the modern economy involves the strategic management and mitigation of IP risk. Firms of all size and purpose are motivated by similar goals in the uh, creation of such programs to identify what constitutes a risk sensitive intangible assets, to address new and emerging threats to IP, to properly allocate available risk resources given limited funds, and to achieve compliance within the legal. Now, conclusion. Revenue comes from different sources in sports industry. Through this revenue, the sports culture is popularized due to branding and commercialization of teams, and investment involved. The sports industry take educate measures to protect its innovative ideas. Hence, it may be concluded the intellectual property rights boost creative and innovation work in the field of sports. It may also be concluded that intellectual property rights enable new ideas to come into existence, which eventually lead to performance enhancement, business and jobs opportunities, and a placing experience of spectators and fans. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Avinash sir. Now I would like to call Professor Tanisha Dalal for the presentation. Here now, Tanisha Dalal ma'am, Mahesh Joshi sir, and I, Dr. Meghna Raikar. Here only 3 presentations are left. So I request all of you to have patience, and we are just concluding well within 5 minutes each. So please have patience and be with us. Tanisha ma'am. Hello, Tanisha ma'am, are you there? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Tanisha ma'am,
Shall we go with the other
shall I call
presenter?
Mahesh sir?
Yes, yes.
Mahesh sir, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very
Okay, sir,
much
you please
for
proceed.
calling me. And good afternoon to one and all present over here. I am Dr.
Mahesh
Mahesh
sir,
Joshi.
Mahesh sir,
Yes.
just my request is to all the presenters, because we are going, like, we are having short of time. We
Yes,
have to
sir.
finish
I
the
already
questions.
informed. I record,
Yes, yes.
record only 2 minutes
So
of time, not more
yes,
than
thank you
this.
so much. Then
I
Ashish
will
sir.
go for the
Yes.
basic fact and figure only.
Okay,
Thank you so
Ashish
much,
sir
sir.
is also there, na? He is
Yeah,
giving.
I'm ready. Yeah.
Yeah.
So good afternoon to one and all present over here. I am Dr. Mahesh Joshi, Assistant Professor for Department of Commerce, Central Institute of Professional Studies, Indore. Now my topic is the intellectual property right, US versus China. So I am not going with the basic concept and theories of the intellectual property rights and all the trademark and patent, because all the research scholars has already covered all this point. Now I will directly come to the facts and figure, which are the important part of my paper. When I go to for the study of this intellectual property right in India, I found that India is lacking this IPR, intellectual property right, especially after the 2005. Indian companies has started the working on the IPR. Until now only few companies get the patents, and other are still struggling for the patent, and they are not applied for the patents. So I have taken this country US, because US is very much aware about the patent and copyright, I mean IPR. And now China is taking lead in this IPR activities. So see, when we discuss about the 3 decades before, India and China was at the same platform. But now I will discuss it only few fact and figure as Ravi sir requested. So when we discuss about the fact and figure of 2019-20, we found that more than 14 million trademark applications are filled worldwide, and up almost 160% from 2009 and 10. At the same time, duration more than 3.2 million patent applications were filled in a single year. And when we go for the classification of this application, 14 million for the trademark and 3.2 million for the patent, there are very interesting fact is there. When we divide this application, we found that for the patents, there were top 5 country, and 43.4 application is filled by the China in 2019-20 for the patent of the overall application, and 19.3 by the US, and 9.6 percentage of application by the Japan, and 6.8 by the Republic of Korea, and 5.6 by EPO. And only in the 15.3 rest of the world was there. And same with the trademark. When we go for the data and fact and figure of the trademark, a country we applied for the trademark in the year 2019-20, we found that 51.7% application is filled by the Chinese company, and only 4.4%, US was the second number, 4.4 by the US, 3.6 by the Japan, and so on. So we found that now US is leading in the patent and copyright, but China is started a silent, we can say, war with the US in terms of the patent and copyright, because each and everyone knows the importance and significance of the patent and copyright. But now it's time for the India, and I hope Indian company will start with the rest of the world. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Mahesh sir. Now I would like to call Professor Tanisha Dalal. Tanisha ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah,
Can you hear
over to
me?
you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So the topic of my research is intellectual property rights and research ethics. So under this study, I've basically covered all the concepts that pertain to intellectual property rights and research ethics. So the introduction is: research is an act carefully and extensively studying something in order to attain knowledge about a particular subject. Intellectual property right is that creation of human intellect. It refers to all or any ideas, knowledge, invention, innovation, creativity, research, etc., all being the merchandise of human mind and is comparable to any property, whether movable, immovable, wherein the proprietor or the owner may exclusively use his property at the will and has the proper to forestall others from using it. So the basic purpose of the study is to seek out the concepts of research about plagiarism through different aspects. The objective of the study were to look at the concepts and spread awareness about the specific terminologies of plagiarism, styles of plagiarism, penalties of plagiarism, etc. So the objective of the study was to understand the research ethics to be followed while conducting a research, to understand intellectual property rights of a researcher, and to understand about plagiarism and the remedies against it. Under this study, I had covered a literature review of 4 articles and many other sources, and they are from various research journals and websites. And I've also covered some basics about the Indian Copyright Act of 1957, the Trademarks Act of 1999, and the Patent Act of 1970. Some types of plagiarism which have been covered under this paper are global plagiarism, paraphrasing plagiarism, verbatim plagiarism, mosaic plagiarism, citing incorrectly, and plagiarizing your own work. I have also covered all the penalties and prosecutions which are applicable under the intellectual property rights in case of a plagiarism. And the observations which I found during the study was, in order to make your work more original and authentic, first we have to finalize our research topic and understand the implications. Research protocol should be thoroughly followed where the subject of the research are humans. All the authors who have been contributed in the article should be cited in the manuscript. Data manipulation should be avoided. Plagiarism must be avoided and the original data must be properly cited. Self-plagiarism must be also avoided. Avoid salami publication. Avoid fabrication, falsification, and misrepresentation of data and results. The research should be mindful of social culture. They should uphold the moral values of the society. All the findings should be reported, that is, positive and negative. People who have aided in the research in any way must be acknowledged, and resubmitting an already published research paper or article with minor changes is against the law. So we should avoid that. So this is basically all that I have covered under my research paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanisha ma'am, for just brief presentation. And now I would like to call Professor Ashay Joshi, sir. Ashay, sir?
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, please. Just starting with my presentation. That is... Fine. So, the topic of my paper is Patents and Intellectual Property Rights in India, an overview. I am Assistant Professor Ashay Joshi from St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies. The abstract of my paper is regarding the overview of importance of patents among the growth of intellectual property rights in India and their trends during the last decade, that is from 2010 to 2020. The creation of IPR we have seen is very critical for a country like India, especially when India is battling the deadly second wave of COVID-19. So we have seen that our health system collapsed, and above all, India, which is known as the vaccine generator of the world, was not having enough vaccines to inoculate its suffering population. So that was really a matter of concern. As we all know that intellectual property is defined as original creative work. It consists of patents, trademarks, geographical indications, and industrial designs, etc. Among all the intellectual property patents, the patents play a very important role. The main purpose of patent is to promote innovation, competitiveness, economic growth, and visibility. A patent describes a product of process that possesses or contains new functional or technical aspects. It also indicates the bundle of rights that protects inventions or discoveries. So this is regarding the patents. Then we come to the intellectual property rights. So these are the statutory rights that allow the originators exploit their inventions or innovations exclusively for a particular period of time. The aim of the paper is also to overview of IPRs. We have many IPRs. For example, we have trademarks, we have industrial designs, we have copyrights. So we are here mentioning the trends and revenue generated in India how the revenue is being generated among all the various IPRs. So that is this. The IPR trends during the last decade, I would like to bring to your notice, that is from 2010 to 2020. The approved rate of industrial designs have been 87% and trademarks around 65%, significantly higher than the granted patents that were around 22% in India. Patents that was comprising 63% that generated huge revenues than the designs and all the other IPRs. That is a very significant thing as far as the revenue generation is concerned. So granting or creating more patents in India, it really helps our economy also. Now, as far as the distribution of patents is concerned, so developed states of India like Maharashtra, Delhi and southern states, they are leading in filing the patents. That's an important point to bring to our notice, comparing with our state MP in that. Fields like chemical and mechanical engineering, they have produced the highest number of patents, whereas the other fields like biotechnology, food, they are at the low preference. We can very well think about the medical field actually. So that was very much important. So that was regarding this. Coming to the conclusion part, we have seen that the revenues are very, very important. The total number of patents granted in India was more than 1 lakh over the past 10 years. The rejection rate was 78% of patent applications, which was very high as compared to our different leading Asian countries like China, Japan, South Korea, etc. This indicates that India has stringent patenting system, policies and enforcement system to protect the IPR laws. States where patent officers are located, our industries, our academic institutions and research institutions, they have really shown the considerable role in producing all these patents. So coming to the most important point of this, the occurring of the deadly second wave of COVID-19 that has really proved that our health infrastructure is grossly inadequate. World researchers have developed vaccine to help reduce COVID-19 severity in infected people. But to a general dismay, we would like to the notice of all, many of the same are protected by the intellectual property rights, preventing its widespread manufacture and use. At this time of hardship, world organizations and countries should not be afraid of using the powers vested in them by virtue of their provisions. They should release their provisions actually for the mankind and for the in favor of humanity at last. So that is what the conclusion was there regarding my studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish sir. I think it is very difficult to you to summarize the huge content, but thank you so much once again. And now here I just want to present my paper. Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Dr. Meghna Raikar, Assistant Professor, St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies, Indore. And my topic is intellectual property rights and environmental regulation. So here I just want to maintain correlation between intellectual property rights and environmental regulations. So as we all know, today we are celebrating World Environment Day. So this is the right time to discuss the connection between intellectual property rights and environmental regulations. So generation of new and innovative ideas are the treasure of an individual. Sometimes these thoughts may create revolution in the economic or social status. If they will register as your own property, there will no possibility of theft or imitation. But most of the time, a creator is unaware about the intellectual property rights. Therefore, he does not get proper recognition and due advantage. Globalization and industrialization has widened up the scope to get your inventions and other literary work propertied and protected. Patent, trademark, copyright, and trade sheets are the 4 ways to keep our ownership safe. So this research paper will highlight some environmental issues and practical ways to improve environmental protections through regulating some environmental laws. We can promote innovation in beneficial environmental technology through application and reformation of intellectual property laws, and try to demote innovation in harmful technologies. These can be discouraged only through environmental regulations by prohibiting it directly. So these are the points that my fellow researchers have already discussed, and I just directly come to the correlation. So before discussing the correlation between intellectual property and environmental regulation, let's first understand something about intellectual property. What is that? The ownership of ideas, unlike tangible assets to your office, intellectual property is a collection of ideas and concepts. There are 4 major laws to safeguard your IP, that is Copyright Act and copyright laws, Patent Act, patent laws. Then further, I have discussed Trademark Acts and related trademarks laws. And 4th, Trademark Secrets Acts. What is that? One of the major trade secrets acts is the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, that provides some protections for trade secrets submitted to federal agencies. A written trade secret protection policy will help the company to keep his data private. Therefore, confidentiality agreements should be required for vendors, customers, and service providers. Now, what is the need of this correlation? So, environmentalists keep the futuristic concepts of love, equality, and growth in relation to present and coming generations, balancing cordially with other species too. The question arises that how the inventions can be related to environment. Yes, sometimes invented product directly or indirectly affects our surroundings or may not be suitable for flora and fauna. In such cases, at the time of patent registration, some amendments or changes are suggested by the authorities. So if we look forward and look back and contemplate about the environmental issues worldwide, then certainly after World War II, there was a boom in economic activities. Too much use of super tankers to transport oil was a cause of marine pollution, explosion of nuclear bombs, and thereafter emission of radioactive material in the environment had created the biggest threat in the era that had an environmental regulation with a 1963 treaty. So here are some environmental laws that I have mentioned and discussed elaborately. So one of them is National Environment Policy Act, NEPA, in which inventions and innovations that have been central to environmental regulations are prioritized. Then the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, RCRA, the another one. And last, that results and discussion. This article concludes that increased reliance on intellectual property by environmental policy makers, regulators, and managers will improve environmental protection while stimulating beneficial economic and technical progress. The role of intellectual property rights in rewarding inventors and in providing currency for the market in environmental technology should be enhanced. There is one example that I want to quote for discussion in which an automobile industry was in search of eco-friendly auto parts that can easily reduce the emission of dangerous greenhouse gas. Innovators applied their new technologies for patent and assured the administration to achieve high-level safety norms. This way automobile inventors is being inspired to keep in mind the anti-pollutant auto parts to make his vehicle even more eco-friendly. In this case, intellectual property played a great role. So friends, as we say, where there is a will, there is a way. If we really want to save our environment, we have to take action and we have to be we have to follow certain rules and regulations. So this is all. And now thank you so much. And here, friends, sometimes we don't know the value of a moment, what we are cherishing right now. So until it becomes a memory. Here at the sweet juncture when we are moving towards valedictorization, I must say these golden moments will surely be turned up as a cherishable memory and hoping new opportunities and to again gather here on this platform. So here, now I'm calling my co-host, Professor Tanisha Dalal, to just moving forward for valedictorization. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Meghna ma'am, and it was indeed a smooth conduct of the program. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Now, that was indeed an illuminating and educating session. A hearty congratulations to all the presenters, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude towards Dr. Deepti Maheshwari for being the session chair. Now, I invite the informed and conversant Dr. Ravi Vyas to deliver the valedictory report. Sir, please.
Thank you, Anisha ma'am. Now, dear members and participants, Second International Virtual Conference was organized by St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies Indore in association with Research Foundation of India on 5th of June 2021. The conference was sponsored by World Federation of Science and Technology, ARGA, and Edu Academia. The theme of the conference was Intellectual Property Rights and Contemporary Issues in Innovative Ecosystem, Environmental and Sustainable Development. The program started with the inauguration session at 11 a.m. virtually at Google Meet application. The conference was inaugurated by Most Reverend Dr. Choco Thotomarikal SVD, Bishop, Catholic Diocese of Indore, and Chairman, SPIPS, Reverend Father Simon Raj, Director, SPIPS, Dr. Sister Elise Thomas, Principal, SPIPS, Dr. Saurabh Kumar Jain, Chairman, RFI, Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, Vice President and CMD, RFI, Dr. Ajay Kumar Jain, President, Central India Board, RFI, and other RFI dignitaries and delegates. The session was started with soulful prayer and delightful presence by the dignitaries. The prayer was recited by Professor Asay Joshi. Dr. Sister Elise Thomas gave the welcome speech. Dr. Saurabh Jain gave away the presidential address. Most Reverend Dr. Choco Thotomarikal SVD gave the inaugural address. Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta gave the blessings through his kind words. The resource person on the occasion were Dr. Meera Asmi, Management Consultant and NGO Leader, Kerala, Engineer Dr. Sudhir Kumar Gupta ji, Mr. Raj Tiwari ji, Dr. Kalippan S.K. Subramaniam ji, and Ms. Priya Sawant ji from Mumbai. All the notable resource persons shared their views on assorted topic. Dr. Meghna Raikar, Faculty, Department of Humanities, SPIPS, gave the introduction of the resource persons, and Professor Tanisha Dalal, member of the Department of Commerce, done the comparing of the session. The inaugural program was shared for the inaugural program, and the sharing of the resource person ended at 12:45 p.m. The technical session started at 12:45 p.m. afterwards at Google platform. Dr. Deepti Maheshwari, Dean, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, was the session chair and the panelist. In this session, total 18 papers were presented and read by the researchers. Dr. Ajay Kumar Jain informed that more than 36 research papers on varied subjects were given by the participants for the conference. He also said that the selected papers will be published in the Journal of Repute in very soon. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravi sir, for your well-prepared and concise report. Thank you so much. Thankfulness is the beginning of gratitude. Gratitude is the completion of thankfulness. Thankfulness may consist merely of words. Gratitude is shown in acts. So to propose the formal vote of thanks, I invite Professor Rahat Ahmed. Sir, please.
So almost good afternoon to all of you. It's already 4 o'clock now. The long-awaited second international conference has almost come to an end. So it's time for a wonderful vote of thanks to all the participants, to all those who have cooperated and they have extended their hand in the success of this international conference. Let me take this honored opportunity to first of all thank the team of RFI. First of all, Dr. Saurabh Kumar Jain, Chairman and CEO, RFI, Dr. Ashok Gupta, CMD, RFI, Professor Ajay Jain, President, Central India Board, RFI. Session chaired today by Dr. Deepti Maheshwari, Dean, Faculty of Commerce, Rabindranath Tagore University. Special thanks to Madam, first of all, because she had been there throughout the session and she had been very cool, very calm, and very composed while listening to all the paper presenters. So thank you very much, Madam, and all the team members of the RFI as well for their wonderful cooperation from morning up to this time. We had the eminent speakers as well, guest of honors also, and chief guest as well. A big thanks to all the eminent members who had joined and made this international conference a grand success. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the management as well as the entire team of SPIPS family. First of all, I would like to thank the chairman, Most Reverend Dr. Chako Thotumarikal, the director, Reverend Father Simon Raj, principal, Dr. Sister Alice Thomas, who had been continuously motivating us, encouraging us to go ahead, not only for the students, but for the progress, for the development of faculty members as well. And almost all the faculty members have joined this international conference, and we are really very happy towards the end of this conference that what they have initiated, where they have guided us to attend this international conference, we are really thankful to the chairman, to the director, to the principal as well, and hope they will motivate, encourage for such conferences in future as well, and the faculty members, students will definitely join this type of sessions. So thank you very much, the management of St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies. Special thanks to Dr. Ravi Vyas, SPIPS representative, Dr. Sarita Rana, RFI representative. These two are the interconnecting link between SPIPS and RFI. And with the association of both of them, SPIPS and RFI, both are continuously, incessantly growing in the research field as well. So thank you very much, Ravi sir. Thank you very much, Sarita madam. Continue with your efforts in future as well.
Dhanyawad, sir.
A big thanks to all the faculty members who had worked so hard in preparing and then presenting the research paper. Thank you very much for being a part of this international conference. Special thanks to Tanisha madam. Since morning she had been taking the comparing part, wonderful comparing part done by her, as well as Meghna madam for all her efforts in this initial stage. So thanks a lot to Tanisha madam as well as to Meghna madam. Wonderful comparing seen by you. Thank you very much. A big thanks to all the research scholars who have joined this international conference from all over the world, I believe. They have presented their papers in such a wonderful manner. I too have learned a lot of things from them. And I'm really thankful to all the paper presenters, though few of them might not have presented the paper. Nevertheless, their enthusiasm will continue in the next session, I believe. So thanks to all the members who joined from morning up to this time, and I hope we will meet in the next session with more paper presentations and all. So big thanks to all the people directly, indirectly, who joined this international conference, helped us all, and may God bless all of you and may remain happy, healthy till we meet again. Thank you very much, all of you. Continue. Tanisha madam, please.
Thank you so much, Rahat sir, for the beautiful vote of thanks. Once again, I would like to extend my congratulations to SPIPS Indore and the Research Foundation of India for the successful conduct of this conference. Thank you. Ravi sir, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who directly and indirectly helped to make this program a success. Anil sir, the faculty coordinator, sister principal, your constant motivation and guidance, father directors, continuous calling of how Ravi it is going on, how are you prepared, how the things are going on. He was constantly keep asking to me these things. And Meghna ma'am and Tanisha ma'am, your duo. That is wonderful, superb. And all the presenters, all the faculty members who have given their papers for publications and presented also. So thank you so very much from the bottom of my heart. And Sarita ma'am also in her absentia because she is having some problem at her home. Her father is not well. So thank you so very much, everyone, for your wholehearted cooperation and support. Thank you so much.
Ravi sir, sister wants to speak something.
Yes, sister.
Sister is raising her hand.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So,
thank God, going on to that end. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Congratulations. All the speech and everything.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
God bless you.
So with this, we'll end the program and we conclude the program. Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks everyone. Bye everyone. Good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Team RFI. Thank you, sister.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Nabil.
all.
Thank you all of you. Thank you all of you.
Thank you, Sarita madam. Thank you, Ajay sir.
Ajay sir, धन्यवाद आपका भी.
Thank you, Ajay sir. Ravi sir, thank you.
RFI की पूरी टीम को धन्यवाद.
Yes, Mr. Yogaraj. Yes. So thank you all of you. Thank you.